Board of Education will now come to order. Roll call. Hanson?
Here.
Meek?
Here.
Myers?
Here.
Peterson here. Ray?
Here.
Williams?
Here.
Weiniger?
Here.
Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, moving right into our DCSD spotlight, and I'll turn it over to the superintendent.
Terrific. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We are really excited to be honoring one of our incredible teachers tonight. But before we do that, we have a video we'd like to show you celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month, and then I will explain how it all ties in. So go right ahead.
Today is the
dresses and all the hats.
Really shows the passion that they have for their culture, for their history, for where they're coming from. It's fortunate to be able to share that with them this way.
I think that today it's a very important day because that represents Latinos.
We celebrate our culture and talk about the people that are Hispanic that made a great impact in our lives.
I love the classes. I love having all these other faces of happiness, of proud.
And I think it was, for me, are the magic moments. For them to open their minds to other cultures, to understand other cultures, and not to judge people.
I'm hoping that they take away, just at a minimum, that snippet of I'm learning something new, sharing someone else's culture, sharing other experiences.
It is the hope that with all this hard work comes understanding and inspiration for the students.
I want people to know that our Hispanic culture is amazing and it's beautiful, and even if we don't really look like we are American, or we don't speak fluently, we're all equal and we're all beautiful, We all want to feel welcome into this world.
If we put our minds into it, we can reach any goal. We need to have high expectations, and with this hard work and a lot of love, we can make it.
And if you ask Ms. Mele if today was a success.
With this kind of events, you can see that we fly high. And we did it. That's what I said. We did it. Sí se puede.
And how Ms. Mele says it, sí se puede. We can all do anything, So just follow your dreams, You just be yourself. And don't let anyone or anything just bother you, Just keep going. Today is the Hispanic Heritage Month celebration.
I said, I need to do something different.
This is the first year that we've celebrated Hispanic Heritage Month in this way.
I think that today it's a very important day because that represents Latinos.
We celebrate our culture and talk about the people that are Hispanic that made a great impact in our lives.
I love the challenges. I love to see my kids' faces of happiness, of pride.
Rocio Mele is a Spanish teacher at Castle Rock Middle School. She organized a month-long celebration with the help of her students.
We make all the decorations. I make the flowers. I paint this.
Tried to help Miss Mele as much as we could, with the balloons and the decorations on the ceiling, and just prepare everything.
For me, it's really important to share.
Along with some beautiful artwork and delicious food came a few special guests.
We were able to have a guest speaker, a local business owner.
He was talking about how he went through a lot, but at the end of the day, he made a great impact to other people's lives.
He had a few surprises of his own.
Wow, I didn't know he was a singer. It was really beautiful.
Their short performance in the library, it was off to the gym to share with the rest of the school.
I love Mele. That's the most beautiful music.
What a wonderful way to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month. But we are really here tonight to recognize an amazing teacher from Castle Rock Middle School who has been named a finalist for Colorado's Teacher of the Year. Rocio Mele, come on up and join me. I'd also like to ask her principal, John Veit, to come on up and join me, as well as Executive Director of Schools, Aaron McDonald. We are just so incredibly proud of you representing Douglas County as Teacher of the Year finalist, and it is so evident from the video, just from watching your interactions with kids and to see how much you care about kids and how much your heart is in this work. And we just thank you so much. And I'd love to hear from John and Aaron what this means to them and to hear a little bit more about you. And then we'd love to hear from you too.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Rocio. The really cool thing about this and with the video and being able to recognize Senior Mele, it allows all of you to see what I get to see every day. The number of times that Rocio comes to me with different ideas, and you saw it at the beginning of the video, we need to do something different. Because doing the same old and the things that we do each day is not what Senora Mele does. I've had opportunities to be part of different celebrations, to learn more about the culture, there was a time last year where she put me behind the wheel of a bus to drive on a field trip. So there's a lot of different things with different things that Rocio tries to get going and opportunities that she gives her students. And that this whole process, the video there about Hispanic Heritage Month, the opportunity that comes with the recognition with Teacher of the Year allows everyone else to see the great work that Rocio does for her school, for the community, for her culture, for everyone around, the family that is here as well. And so that part brings me a lot of pride, and I love being able to share Rocio with everybody.
Yes, Rocio does so much, not just for Castle Rock Middle School, but the entire Douglas County and beyond. She is such a staple in the Castle Rock Middle School community. So many students and staff just love her to pieces, and she has the love that radiates back to them. And they would not be where they're at in their exposure of culture and just embracing others if it weren't for you. And so just thank you so much for all your passion and drive and the endless ideas that you have, because for many years you have been the push of that, and we appreciate it so much. So congratulations.
And Rocio, we'd love to hear from you. What does this mean to you?
What it means to me. It means the world. First of all, I want to thank everybody. I want to thank Douglas County it was my first job when I arrived here in the United States, to open me the doors to be a teacher. Castle Rock has been my home for 20, I don't know how many years, a lot. And for me, it's an honor. It's an honor to represent Douglas County. From the bottom of my heart, I'm telling you, it's a big honor. It's more an honor to represent my school, but I cannot be here without my students. And that's everything to me. My students and everything that we do every day, like John says, I do crazy stuff. I really do. And sometimes I said, I just turn around and look, I told John, why I'm doing this? But with love, with passion, and knowing that every single thing that I do will benefit my students, that's what I do it. But I want to thank all of you. I don't know what's going to happen at the end of October with the nomination, but I want to thank all of you over here, for everything that you do
And there's a lot of people behind this, not only all of you. All the staff in Casa Rock has been wonderful with me. They support all these Mele moments. And even we have a person over here that was supporting Mele moments. And Danelle, she knows what a Mele moment is. And it's a pleasure. I cannot tell you what it is for me. I was telling everybody, I think right now I don't believe what is happening, but I think today, just because to be in front of all of you, it's an honor, and thank you. But I want to thank all my students. That's what I do. I love them to death, and I just give 100% for them every single day. So thank you, all of you. Thank you for doing this for me. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
It's an honor to have you in our district. Thank you so much for representing. And we've got a certificate for you, and we're going to take some pictures.
Thank you.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mele, and here's to many more Mele moments in the future. Moving on to item number 5, we have the acceptance of agenda. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approve the agenda as presented. Do I have any motions?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Ray, second by Hanson. Take the roll. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed 7-0. Moving into the superintendent reports.
Okay, just a few updates for everyone. First of all, for many of our schools, they have celebrated Homecoming Week either in the last couple of weeks or in the next couple of weeks. And Homecoming Week is such a great celebration of school spirit. In the last couple of weeks, I've had the great honor of going to Thunder Ridge's Field Day. And so for those of you familiar with this event, it's just an incredible event that is also all about school spirit in our district. And it was so amazing to watch all of the students in the gym, all divided by their graduating year, all with their own themes that they picked themselves and are celebrating. And as they were celebrating and doing the songs that they've learned themselves, that they came up with and learned, etc., it was so amazing to look into this crowd of kids and not see a single kid that was standing to the side looking lost or left out. Every single kiddo was excited and celebratory, and it was just a really inspirational sight to see. Let's see, we had professional development last Friday. We had several thousand teachers participate in professional development, either around their core reading program or around priority learning outcomes. So that was really exciting. Douglas County School District just celebrated our 41 National Merit semifinalists, so you'll be hearing more about that in the coming weeks and months, but we are very, very proud of those kids. The Building the Dream Gala for the foundation is this Thursday night, and we're really looking forward to that. For anyone listening who wants more information, they can go to foundationdcs.org. So that's the Foundation for Douglas County Schools, or foundationdcs.org. We closed the refunding last week of the 2012 and 2013 bonds. So that's a big celebration that saved our taxpayers $8.3 million. And then finally, our staff, all of our returning staff from last school year received their $2,000 retention stipend in their checks in this past week. So that's also a celebration, and we're really thankful to all of our employees who chose to stay with us and into this school year, and we just celebrate the great work that they do every single day. And that concludes my updates.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Kane. We'll now move on to public comment. Purpose of public comment is to balance the ability to hear diverse viewpoints from a broad spectrum of citizens throughout the district while allowing our Board of Education to conduct business in an orderly and efficient manner. Time has been adjusted to allow speakers the opportunity to speak during the allotted time for public comment. Tonight we'll have 3 minutes per speaker. When speaking, please remain respectful and address the board rather than the guests and the staff in the room. To respect a speaker's free speech, please do not interrupt them while they're at the podium providing comments. You will have a 15-second notice prior to the end of your time so you can wrap up your comments. When your time is up, please leave the podium. If the audience wants to react between speakers, feel free to do so while being respectful and honoring the next speaker's time to speak. However, please do not engage speakers or other audience members in a disruptive manner. And we've been doing pretty good on public comment, so I will encourage everyone making comments tonight. I know there's some controversial issues, but please be respectful, and I think we've been doing a good job. So with that, we'll kick it off with Mr. Mike Wade, followed by Jen Iverson, and then Julie Lamb. Mr. Wade.
So there we go. Usually people tell me to quiet down, not louden up. So my name is Mike Wade. I'm the Executive Director of the Douglas County Community Foundation. Last time I was in front of you guys, which was several years ago, I was here as the mayor of Parker. And one thing that has not changed since then is my inability to keep my comments under 3 minutes. So I will do the best. The jokes just didn't hit tonight. So I'll do my best. I'm here just to give you guys an update, a report on the Douglas County Community Foundation. I'll be emailing you this document because I really like to try to keep paperless as possible, so watch your emails for it. Some of you may be sitting there going, well, what the heck is the Douglas County Community Foundation and why is this big bearded guy telling me about it today? Well, that's the reason I'm here. The Douglas County Community Foundation, we've been around for almost 20 years, but we've been kind of the best kept secret in Douglas County, and that is changing now. I was brought on as the executive director about a year ago with the express purpose of getting loud and letting everyone know who we are and what we do. So let me start off with that, what we do as a community foundation. We serve Douglas County in 4 capacities. One, as an organization, we raise money on a larger scale and provide grants to the over 300 nonprofit organizations in Douglas County. 2, we are the regional champion for Colorado Gives Day. So last year we helped raise $1.6 million that day. This year we will raise more than 2, and that also includes the Foundation for Douglas County Schools, who's one of our nonprofits. Another thing that we do for our community is that we help promote philanthropic giving. So just like it's important to buy local, it's also just as important to give local. And last but not least, last November, our board approved and we created the county's first Community Emergency Relief Fund. Boulder is a good example of why we need to maintain that type of fund, and we do have that with the generosity of groups like Amazon, who was our first donor, and a couple private families here in Douglas County. So with my 1 minute and 6 seconds left, I wanted to give you kind of a hard numbers update on how things have changed over the last year and how your involvement is so important with us. Before I came on board, the Douglas County Community Foundation was known as an organization giving away thousands of dollars in grants a year. That's kind of unacceptable in my eyes. So now we've changed that. We've moved to a quarterly granting period. And I'm happy to say that this quarter alone, in fact, today, just out front of your building, I was handing out checks. This quarter, we're giving out $100,000 in grants to local nonprofits. That being said, just over the last year, we will have given away more money to local nonprofits than any 5-year period combined in the history of our organization. So this brings me to you and why I'm here today, not only to give you an update on how we're doing good things for the community, but we want to expand that role. Through the generosity of the county, we've been able to operate as an organization where we grant out 100% of the funds we raise from private organizations. Going forward, we're working with an IGA with the Partnership of Douglas County Governments, which includes Douglas County Schools, to help us continue that into the future. You'll get my email, reach out to me if you have any questions, and I'm always available to help you guys out in any way. My thing's telling me to shut up too, so.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very
Wade.
much.
Jen Iverson, Julie Lamb, followed by Kevin Leon. Ms. Iverson.
Good evening, board and superintendent and all the cabinet. Tonight I wanted to talk to you about the fact that I looked at Workday today, and I do understand that there are a lot of unfilled positions. Currently for special education, there are 98 open positions, 98 areas where our kids aren't getting served. I do understand there's a national shortage, but I'm wondering if there is an actual action plan to change this dynamic. What kind of incentives are out there? What kind of boosts can you give to fill these positions so that general education teachers aren't overwhelmed and they can teach the entire classroom? It also ensures that DCSD's climate and culture commitment to positive intent and optimism, and it addresses concerns the right way. My second concern is the SSN program for Lehman Academy, the for-profit charter that was discussed today in an article by Newsbreak. Many people don't understand or don't realize that in the year of 2019 to 2020, 450,000 of our taxpayer money went to the profit of the people that run Lehman Academy. And I'm talking about the umbrella, not the principal of the school. I don't understand how effective and how ethical that can be for that amount of money to go to outside sources. I do understand that we contract with a lot of other companies. We pay for curriculum, we pay for these other items. But in general, charter schools are still public schools. They are still funded by our tax money, and they need to be held accountable. You guys are the authorizing unit. You're responsible ultimately, which means that you're also responsible for them paying their dividends to their people.
15 seconds remaining.
I get concerned about SSN program being a part of Lehman Academy when that kind of money is being siphoned off. And I urge you to include in their contract a support for any student that they fail in that SSN program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Iverson. Julie Lamb, Kevin Leung, followed by David Dole. Ms. Lamb. Okay, I do not see Ms. Lamb here. Mr. Leung, if you'd like to go.
Mr. Leung is here.
Yes.
How are you guys doing? Great? So great to come back to the familiar setting, different people, but same awesome, great school district, right? Let me know when can I start. Okay, great. Hey, board presidents, directors, and superintendents, good evening. My name is Kevin Leung, 32 years resident of Douglas County. Former Superintendent Dora Tucker, who was twice named National Superintendent of the Year, initiated a study on the education equity policy. DCSD staff favor former Superintendent Corey Rice spent a year working with different stakeholders, including DAC, SAC, and he held so many community meetings to finalize the language of ADB equity policy, which was passed in March 2021. They both have the vision to commit DCSD to establish an inclusive culture to ensure all students, staff, and community members feel safe and valued by increasing funding level and attentions to those who need the most. Regardless of their race, color, ancestry, creed, sex, sexual orientations, gender expressions, gender identity, religions, national origins, marital status, disability, socio-economical status, or their eligibility for special education. This policy is for those who we need the most to help to improve DCSD to get back the distinctions rating, because if you look at the data, they are underperformed. Therefore, it was a great disappointment that the board majority, over the objections of the student and community members who spoke mostly in favor of this policy, but put this on hold on January 25th this year. And you make a deadline of September 1st. The reason is to give the superintendents more time to give you recommendations. And today, in agenda item 16, you ask the committee to wait 6 more months. 6 more months. So that Ms. Kane, who come to this board in October 26, 2021, which she has so familiarized with this policy because she asked this board to opt out American Academy from that particular policy. It's not like she doesn't know because she spent so much time on that.
15 seconds
And
remaining.
I don't understand why we need to further delay. You lose your credibility and make sure that everybody will think twice to vote for you for the meal levy and bond, because to ask people to give you more money, you need to show the integrity and you can make tough decisions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Leung. David Dole, Tom Graves, and then Iko Browning. Mr. Dole. I don't see Mr. Dole here. Tom Graves, Iko Browning, followed by Christian Phelps.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Kane and board members. My name is Tom Graves. My family has lived in eastern Douglas County for the past 33 years. Our 3 sons graduated from Ponderosa High School. Following my professional retirement in 2010, I began substitute teaching in Douglas County schools. I hold a current Colorado professional teacher license and have super sub status due to working as a substitute teacher for more than 60 days per school year. Earlier this year, Governor Polis signed HB 221057, declaring that in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, it has become increasingly apparent that there is a critical shortage of qualified substitute teachers in all counties of the state. Our district has struggled to fill classroom vacancies during this challenging period. Due to the shortage of available substitute teachers for the past few years, it has been frequently necessary at my high school to ask our regular classroom teachers to volunteer coverage for unfilled vacancies during their planning periods. Earlier this month, on September 2nd, we had 23 class periods with no sub available. Yesterday morning at 6:45 in the morning, we still had 25 class periods unfilled at our school. I was surprised and discouraged to receive an email from the district substitute office notifying us that substitute teacher pay will be cut over 10% this year. While described as a slight change, this pay cut sends a clear message as to how we are valued. It is ironic that a 16-year-old student beginning work at McDonald's will now take home over 5% per hour more than his substitute teacher. Based on the district's published pay rates for 2022-23, it appears that some broad categories of district employees received a small raise, or at least maintained their previous pay from last school year. It seems that substitute teachers are the exception. Other adjacent suburban school districts, such as Jeffco, Aurora, and Cherry Creek, have all increased their substitute teacher pay for 2022-23, with Cherry Creek now paying up to 53% more than Douglas County. I imagine it may be tempting for some subs to drive a few extra miles to receive an extra $450 a week. In closing, I would like to ask if this is the new superintendent and board strategy to recruit and retain a critical resource of experienced teachers to staff our classrooms, while in an extended period of statewide shortage, unprecedented inflation, and a very competitive marketplace. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. Aiko Browning, Christian Phelps, followed by Alicia Carroll. Ms. Browning.
Hello, good evening, President Peterson, directors, and Superintendent Kane. My name is Aiko Browning. I am a Douglas County resident, taxpayer, and parent of 2 kids in Douglas County School District schools. I support Director Ray's proposal to change Policy BG to require 2/3 board approval to change Douglas County School District board policy. Changes to board policy should not be made lightly. Changes to board policy should be thoughtful, deliberate, and include the input of multiple stakeholders and include multiple perspectives. You could support this in supporting Director Ray's proposal. In particular, I have concerns about potential changes to Superintendent File KFAA, Public Conduct on School Policy. File KFAA number 14 describes possession of a dangerous or deadly weapon. Schools should be safe. Our kids should be safe at school. Increasing the number of weapons at schools does not make our kids safer. If the accuracy of a police officer is less than 50%, what do we expect of those who are not trained professionals? The Rookie 4 board directors received support from Able Shepherd during their election campaign with a shared canvassing event. For those of you who are not aware, Able Shepherd is a Christian-themed firearms organization. I oppose the idea of armed vigilantes on campus. You can be sure that real live Douglas County kids will be harmed if you pursue such an ill-advised policy. Leave the lethal weapons to the professionals. Don't use our schools as a platform to push the political agenda of a good guy with a gun. If you do this, there will be real consequences for real families, and it would likely disproportionately affect kids with disabilities and kids from minority background who are suspect to undue scrutiny. On another mark, I support Douglas County School District's equity policy. Remember, equality is issuing everyone a pair of size 10 men's shoes. Equity is issuing everyone a pair of shoes that fit. And finally, I support the speaker ahead of me in his request to pay our substitute teachers fairly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Browning. Christian Phelps, Alicia Carroll, followed by Kelly Mayer. Ms. Phelps.
Good evening, board. I'm Christian Phelps, community member and a parent alumni. I'm coming tonight to discuss, well, first of all, let me just say there's 4 of our strategic themes I feel that are in jeopardy by actions taken by an oversight committee to fast track a unified school schedule. The attempt to roll out lacks following district process, board policy KBB of the parent and community engagement, that talks about shared power and stakeholder input and consistent communication. I encourage the board tonight to provide clarity, transparency, and regain trust by way of a motion to address student, teacher, parent, community, and even our principals' concern as it pertains to this unified school schedule that is being pushed out to our high schools. If in fact there is a push for high schools to adopt a unified school schedule, I would propose the following motion. Move that the unified school schedule push for the 2023-24 school year start date be halted and a current milestone deliverables being fast-tracked by the Oversight Committee be tabled until they are able to reorganize and follow district process, much like our calendar change that has just recently taken place. If in fact it is not a unified rollout, because I think there's miscommunication out there, that the change for our high schools do in fact still retain choice and autonomy and the ability to work from their site-based budget, stakeholder input, and recommendations of their SAC, I would propose the following motion. Move that any and all future school schedule recommendations and changes rest at the sole discretion of our schools. Schools have and continue the autonomy of choice based on their site-based budget, stakeholder input, and recommendations of the SAC. I've provided you guys a handout tonight that provides evidence of discussion points to support what I'm bringing to you tonight. And the 4 of the strategic themes that I feel are in jeopardy are student mental health and wellness, our teacher retention by rolling out something that hasn't followed process, reduction in the positive support and culture, and even our equitable distribution of resources, because by rolling out this, we haven't looked at even the equanimity of the process. I've also provided evidence to support the lack of process that's been followed, examples of process that we've followed as a district, and some of the important and benefits of process.
15 seconds remaining.
Thank you. Hopefully you'll entertain the motion maybe before recess. Thank you, or sometime tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Phelps. Alicia Carroll, Carolee Mayer, followed by Megan Birch.
Good evening, Board of Directors and Superintendent Kane. I am a speech language pathologist at Lehman Academy, as well as a mom of 2. I'm speaking today to share my support and sheer excitement for the replication at Lehman Academy. It is truly amazing to watch this partnership grow between a charter school and a school district and a school board. I have worked with all different populations of students, including those with severe needs. Although my passion is communication as a whole, there's a special place in my heart for those children who will be accessing the 2 programs proposed to open at Lehman Academy. To say I'm excited is an understatement. Hopefully the success of this partnership will pave the way for more innovative approaches to solving the enrollment issues that you all face. It seems like the perfect solution to alleviate the increasing numbers in special education programs around the district while also taking on some of the expected growth in the developing areas. Likewise, it will offer an amazing opportunity to families to keep siblings together that may need a full continuum of services. In my opinion, we have already established a very accepting and inclusive culture of our many students on IEPs with varying abilities, and therefore think it would be a seamless transition when we open these 2 new programs. Our monthly virtues and values are a perfect example of the focus on character that Lehman exudes and the opportunity to have conversations around inclusion. As a speech pathologist, I'm elated to have the best of both worlds, a full continuum of special education services and programming, along with a Lehman and classical approach to education. As a mom, I'm excited about the thought of my children receiving this type of education while still learning inclusivity and empathy. I'm urging you to vote yes for this CLO property for Lehman Academy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. Carolee Mayer, Megan Birch, followed by Amy Winju.
Good evening, Superintendent Kane and Board Directors. My name is Kelly Mayer. I am a longtime resident of Douglas County and the mom of many former and current DCSD students. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have always supported public education. I am a former teacher. I am a mom of several kids with special educational needs. I have worked hard to help pass the last MLO and bond. I fully support the current MLO and bond measures. This was a very difficult decision after the kids' first election victory, so you can imagine my frustration to see the lack of engagement coming from your supporters. The person running Invest in DCSD is working incredibly hard, but seems to be getting little support, both with physical support and financial support. How is that putting kids first? How are you, the BOE majority, pulling in your supporters to get the MLO and bond passed? Where are all the people that voted for you? Elections have consequences, and unfortunately, those consequences will hurt students and teachers. Because of the lack of trust in the majority members of the Board of Education, many are not supporting the current MLO and bond. These are longtime public education advocates. It's heartbreaking that it has come to this. We need to restore trust with the community. You need to get the MLO and bond passed. This is your responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayer. Megan Birch, Amy Winju, followed by Cindy Jensen.
Hi, my name is Megan Birch. I'm a DCSD parent. I'm here tonight to express my support for the MLO bond. I will be voting yes on 5A and 5B. I also want to voice my support for ideas that can build trust with the community to pass this. Election day is November 8th, and ballots drop on October 17th, and we're running out of time. You have an opportunity here to build community trust and pass the MLO bond. Director Myers, in a discussion about board governance at the board retreat on August 6th, I heard you say, "We are doing some things that are way overstepping, and it is much simpler than we are letting it to be." I completely agree with those statements, and Director Myers, I recognize the humility of taking accountability when we make mistakes and learning from them, and I have appreciated that. An example of this overstepping and creating complication is how this board majority moved forward with the equity policy. Director Peterson, at the September 13th board meeting, you asked, how do we measure and monitor success in regards to the equity policy? This is an important question and one that is answered by board governance. There is a procedure already in place to monitor board policy, such as the equity policy. It is through monitoring reports by the superintendent and making changes through policy governance. Now you all have the hindsight and lived experience to understand that. Director Peterson, you attend EAC meetings and see firsthand that the work of the committee is thoughtful, intentional, and rooted in data. Additionally, all of us continue to hear DCSD leadership say that equity work is already rooted in DCSD, as emphasized by Superintendent Kane on September 13th. If possible, I'm asking you to make some adjustments to the language tonight to simply follow board governance and procedure. Have Superintendent Kane collect feedback as she would anyway in her role as superintendent, provide that feedback to you in monitoring reports, and make any necessary changes through board governance. Please eliminate any specific dates, as I agree these dates continue to cultivate fear in the community, and monitoring policy should be an ongoing process anyway. To those who supported the resolution, you are getting everything that you wanted. You're having feedback collected, the policy is being reviewed, and policy changes can be made as necessary. I also want to express support for a board policy revision that supports a 2/3 majority vote on policy changes. This change would reflect a commitment of the 7 of you to work more collaboratively with each other and with the entire community. I understand moving forward with these steps requires a level of humility, compromise, and collaboration, and these are the qualities that we need to see in your leadership. I appreciate your consideration of these measures. Finally, I want to address my fellow left-leaning voters who are maybe or a no for the MLO bond. With sincere respect for your views, I want to offer an invitation. While voting is a crucial step in being an engaged citizen, it is not the final step. Being an engaged citizen is an ongoing effort, and you can vote yes on the MLO bond and take actions to hold the district accountable. Attend and participate in meetings, serve on committees, and provide feedback. When it comes down to it, my yes vote is about my intention to support public schools, teachers, and staff, and our students. I will vote yes and ask you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Birch. Amy Winju, Cindy Jensen, followed by Kathy Lees.
Hi, good evening, y'all. How are you? In the last board meeting, a board member stated he'd like to see the way voting on policy by board directors is changed from a simple majority to a supermajority. I'd like to discuss the difference between these two. Simple majority means 50% plus 1. Most states and most local school boards use simple majority to pass policy. Supermajority, by contrast, is used in very few instances by our nation's government. Because of the higher threshold requirement, supermajorities are very difficult to achieve and often delay the decision-making process. Voting reform is a very controversial topic in our country right now, and what the director is proposing is a bar above and beyond accepted practice and higher than what is used for legislation here in the state of Colorado. Voters in Douglas County elected our new school board members for a reason, and these election results should and need to be respected by all members of the board. This director had also mentioned that he'd like to see changes to the board policy, which states that the board endorses the concept of school choice for all students that may wish to attend public school. The emphasis being on the word public in front of school. Maybe the board should impose a supermajority requirement to pass this policy. With that being said, this director mentioned angst over the last several months and the importance of restoring trust as two of the main reasons for trying to change how voting on the school board is done. This director seems confused as to why there are trust issues in this district and that he is no longer the school board president. Let's think about what caused distrust in this community. The director led a rogue Zoom call on January 31st with the intent to sow chaos in the community. That director worked in cahoots with the vice president of the American Federation of Teachers, as well as the president of the Douglas County Federation of Teachers Union. The director who wants to propose these changes has not once apologized to the community for these actions. Trust can be rebuilt, but not easily if rogue instigators continue to sow chaos and dissent in the community. With that being said, I have faith in the school board and trust that they will do the right thing and keep the simple majority. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winju. Cindy Jensen, Kathy Lees, followed by Jason Hurd. Ms. Jensen.
Hi, I'm Cindy Jensen, a resident of Douglas County and a grandparent of 2 DCSD students. I'd like to thank all of you for serving our community and school district, for all the hard work you do and the long hours that you voluntarily give. I am commenting on David Ray's proposed revision that would require a 2/3 majority versus the current simple majority vote to pass policy. This is a power grab by the minority board members. The community spoke out loud and clear last November when they voted overwhelmingly to support and elect the 4 majority board members to the Douglas County School Board. They spoke loud and clear that they did not approve the direction of the previous board. They spoke loud and clear that they support the direction the majority board members campaigned on. We are still here. We still support them. We still support their guidance, their direction, and wisdom for this school district. I strongly request that the current requirement of a simple majority vote be maintained and that you vote no on Mr. Ray's proposed revision. I also request that you vote no on Mr. Ray's proposal that would mean DCSD funding would not be provided for private or homeschooling. The children enrolled in those options are being educated in Douglas County, and their parents pay taxes that fund DCSD. Their children should benefit also. To me, the concern and fear I hear about funding or school choice, meaning less funding for schools, for public schools, is an admission that public schools do not offer the same quality in education and cannot compete with them. I believe competition promotes quality and excellence, and as public schools compete for funding dollars, there will be motivation to provide the best quality education possible, and parents will want their children to experience that. That competition will only improve public schools. That is why I request that you vote no on Mr. Ray's proposal to deny funding for private and homeschooling options. I also want to thank the board for voting to place the MLO bond on the ballot. I've heard comments from those who never vote for any increase in taxes because our government doesn't manage our tax dollars well, so why should we give them any more? I completely agree and usually do not vote for tax increases. However, the teacher pay in this district is well below where it should be. New schools are needed in areas where there has been tremendous growth, and there are schools that greatly need maintenance and improvements. Superintendent Kane has worked diligently to describe and show us in detail what those needs are. Efforts have been made to ensure the revenues would be spent to address those concerns, so I will be voting for the MLO bonds.
15 seconds remaining.
I also understand some who don't support the majority board members say they will not vote for the MLO. The needs the superintendent has laid out are obviously needs that have been apparent during the administration of past boards. I ask those people please put aside personal feelings about any individuals and consider the needs of the children, parents, and teachers first in making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. Catherine Lees, Jason Hurd, followed by Brandy Bradley.
Good evening. I need to make this a little bit larger. Okay, good evening, directors and Superintendent Kane. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Kathy Lees. I have one graduate and one student in the district. I'll share the thoughts of several longtime public education supporters and those working on the MLO bond election. We've worked thousands of hours to elect BOE directors that support best practices with educational needs, including mental health and social emotional support systems for students and staff. We also put that same grassroots effort in passing the MLO bond. We very much support the 2022 MLO bond measures on the ballot, and we will be voting yes. We all know elections have consequences. It was evident after the 2021 election when the Kids First directors took their win as a mandate from this community. You push your supporters' political agenda hard and quickly, excluding the input of the other 3 board members and 40% of the voters. Time and again, the minority voices were excluded from the seat at the table. You put children at risk going against public health guidelines and resulting in OCR complaints. You put the sword of Damocles over the equity policy and called it a compromise. You rushed a decision to fire your one employee, costing the district thousands of dollars due to your gross mismanagement of processes. Even tonight, we're reminded that your supporters are behind you and want you to continue with their agenda. For the last MLO bond, we were having weekly Canvas launches every weekend by this time. By mid-October, the Bright Futures campaign had nearly $200,000. The last report from Tracer shows only a fraction of this money has been raised. I am very concerned about this not passing. Sadly, many of the people I worked with side by side in the past are reluctant to provide labor for this effort. For me, it's because I continually see this board majority excluding a seat at the table for those of us who have voices. You want to push your agenda, but exclude us, and it's just really hard to get on board. But I am putting the kids first because I am working to support this election. The reality is you don't need us. You have the votes to pass this. Where are all the people that voted for you? Even tonight, she talked about, we supported you. They want to put kids first. You gave them what we wanted, yet where are they now? They seem to be staying home. President Peterson, Directors Williams, Weiniger, and Myers, I hope you're reflecting on who is helping you accomplish this monumental task. It is time for the Kids First slate of directors to get their supporters to open up their pocketbooks, free up their calendar, and support the agenda of passing this MLO bond. The success or failure of this MLO election rests solely on your shoulders and your followers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lees. Jason Hurd, Brandy Bradley, and then Amity Wicks. Mr. Hurd.
Hi, Superintendent Kane and Board of Directors. After all the turmoil this year, I was recently encouraged to see our board come together to get the MLO bond on the ballot for this November's election. It's long overdue, to say the least. However, last week when I learned of Director Ray's proposal to make board motions pass on a 2/3 majority, I realized that the honeymoon was over. Before I go into the merits, let me go back a short time in history for some reminders. In November of 2020, our kids went remote under David Ray's board, supposedly for 2 weeks. Somehow that became 3 months without explanation and no end in sight. And our kids only went back to school, coincidentally, because a kind parent donated a lot of money to a recall effort. Go figure. A few months later, we were promised no vaccine mandates and no masks for the next school year. But of course, that barely lasted longer than the time it took for the ink to dry, because mask mandates came back once the kids were in school in August. Then after we finally got our own health department, this board sued them to keep the masks on despite overwhelming support for dropping the mandates. Nobody should have been surprised that the 4 seats favorable to David Ray's presidency were overturned, except maybe for David Ray and Susan Meek, who seem to keep trying to change the rules to get back power. The part about Susan Meek I referred to is her very interesting testimony at the State House early this year, in favor of suddenly in favor of a bill that limits school board candidate contributions, which did in fact pass. This is particularly laughable given that her side took over $500,000 in one school board election a few years ago from teachers' unions. But I guess it's okay to have deep pockets as long as it comes from the right side. Now here we go with David Ray, who somehow thinks the highly educated voters of Douglas County are somehow going to buy his argument that despite his agenda clearly losing the last election, we should do things his way and give him ultimate veto power over anything the Kids Majority First board wants to do. Of course, let us not forget that his board failed to to get the long-awaited MLO bond measure on the ballot over several years of holding a majority. Maybe he should graciously get out of the way and stop creating distractions and making things always about him. He may think the voters of Douglas County aren't very bright or educated, but judging from the last election, he seems to be repeating this mistake. To the majority board, the motion to give David Ray back his power and therefore give up what many of us fought very hard for in getting you elected deserves nothing but laughter and derision. For crying out loud, vote this down with extreme prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Brandy Bradley, Amity Wicks, followed by Erica Devlin. Ms. Bradley.
There's all your supporters. We're coming up now.
Hi, directors. Brandy Bradley, 4 sons, Douglas County Schools, 2 in neighborhood public schools and 2 in charter schools. And thank goodness for our charter schools and school choice for parents. Democracy, control of an organization or group by a majority of its members. When the previous board had a 7-0 majority, you showed zero empathy for the parents in 2020. When we showed up and begged you to put our kids back in school like the charter schools and private schools were, you ignored us. We showed up with evidence that masking did not stop COVID and it fell on deaf ears. We begged you as we watched our children struggle with mental health and you silenced us. We showed you that our kids were struggling academically, and you lowered the passing rate to a 53%. And now we watch as our kids have fallen 2 years behind, and the stats show that a huge majority are below grade level. 59% passing for reading, 48% passing for math. We watched in horror as suicides and drug overdoses increased while mortality rates for COVID in kids were simply not there. And you continue to keep our kids remote. And now, Director Ray, you actually have the audacity to ask for a new policy requiring a 2/3 majority vote for future policy changes? Like, I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. While you manufacture outrage among your small minority supporters, while the 3 minority members have brought about frivolous lawsuits, media attacks, and negativity directed at our 4 newly elected directors, and you want this policy because you want to foster peace in our community? Where was the peace when over 70% of parents wanted our kids back in school? You are the poster child for not listening to the community. You listen to the teachers union and the minority, and I will assure you that the majority of us are awake and we are here and we are going nowhere. And while your intolerant followers spread lies and venom about Christian conservatives while saying that they are champions of equity, we laugh. They want to lead the discussion in equity while excluding the majority of kids. I will say it louder for the people in the back. Elections have consequences. There are winners and there are losers. Now stop derailing their plan to pay teachers more just because you failed miserably in 2018 to do the same thing. Stop grasping at straws to try and maintain your power. Your hand has been overplayed. Now it's time to be a united front and make the district great again. Our children and our teachers deserve that.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley. Amity Wicks, Erica Devlin, followed by Steve Collier. Ms. Wicks.
Good evening. For the previous speaker who wondered where the supporters are, I think you found that they've showed up. I will keep this short. The current board's president's immediate predecessor, who continues to sit on the board, chose to introduce a policy proposal that strangely was not on his radar when he was in the president's chair with a majority board. 1 year ago, the people of Douglas County spoke, and by doing so, they voted for representation of their values and interests. Trying to change the rules to take back power and steal representation from the people is what people do when they cannot win on the merits of their own ideas or ability to persuade. The proposal by one of the directors to move the approval process to require a supermajority instead of a simple majority should be rejected.
Thank you, Ms. Wicks. Erica Devlin, Steve Collier, then Jason Cassay. Ms. Devlin.
Good evening, board directors and Superintendent Kane. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and share my thoughts on a matter that has me extremely disappointed. It has come to my attention that a disgruntled minority board director suggested at the last meeting on 9/13 that a supermajority vote, not a simple majority, be required for changes to school district policy. The pontificating board director did not follow operating norms for school board members by proposing an agenda item at the end of a direct report meeting that is meant for reporting on committees that the board members are on. He was not following the norm of avoiding surprises during meetings by submitting proposals to the superintendent no later than noon the day prior to the BOE meeting. Instead, he brings up his proposal during the direct report, knowing he did not give a heads up to what he was going to say, and he knew that this was not protocol. The election-denying former board president only supports this policy if he is the minority member. He was president for 4 years and never brought this 2/3 majority vote up. He knows this is above and beyond accepted practice, but wants to continue to undermine and encourage distrust of the board majority by what he says and does. As the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. I see the current board president's immediate predecessor is doing what he is doing is divisive to our community and a weak power play, which is defined as tactics exhibiting or intended to increase a person's power of influence. Does he only care about his ego because he is no longer the president and does not care about the school district he serves? Trust is defined as the firm belief in reliability, truth, ability, or strength of someone or something. How can trust be built with the board and community if these antics continue to derail the progress we want for the children's future in this district? Unity is a state of being united or joined as a whole, and cannot be achieved in this district if those that align with the minority board members' political ideology do not stop gaslighting the public and start putting the children first. The school board directors and superintendent's main goal should be focusing on bringing back DCSD to the premier school district it once was, and making sure that the children are the #1 priority and not politics.
15 seconds remaining.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Devlin. Steve Collier, Jason Cassay, followed by Matt Cassidy.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I want to speak in regards to board policy BG and speak in opposition to that. Many of the speakers that have come before me have already articulated a lot of the main points, but I want to go ahead and pull a little book off the nonfiction shelf and go back in time just a little bit to 2016. The director, formerly known as the board president at the time, was a minority member of the board then. And at that time, it was brought forward a recommendation to create a what I believe the term was a community review committee, something that regard in 2016. And why? Well, hey, what a great opportunity to get in on interrupting the majority board back in 2016. And then, of course, as history suggests, 2017, the board did change and it flipped. And the desire for a community review committee in regards to policy just poof, out of nowhere. There was no longer needed once again. Why do I say these things? Because there is a track record here in regards to this recommended policy, BG, that it's nothing more than politics. And I thought the intent was to try to get politics out of the classroom. And it seemed like we were going that direction, even after January's infomercial and all the hubbub that came about that, and all of the ridiculous lawsuits that have been brought on, especially by members of our community that live in Highlands Ranch. But then we go forward. So these old habits clearly are dying hard. We are not putting children first. We are putting politics first, and it just continues on and on. I do ask the board to vote in the negative against board policy BG and finally put this to bed. Get this politics away, this whole power grab thing, trying to change policies so that we can slow down and grind down our opposition because we are very mad and not happy with what the majority is doing. That shows how small and pitiful your approach to overseeing children's education has truly become. I yield my time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Collier. Jason Cassay, Matt Cassidy, followed by Allison Kalinsky. Mr. Cassay.
Good evening, Director, Superintendent Kane. On numerous occasions, politicians have tried to increase the number of states in our country as well as to try to remove the Electoral College. What is the motive behind changes such as these? Don't like the way the game turned out? Change the rules so things are stacked in your favor. If you can't change the rules, bring things to a grinding halt with a filibuster. On paper, a filibuster has the potential to be an effective tool for a minority party to slow things down and spark debate. While this might appear to be a way to prevent a majority from eroding fundamental rights and protecting the minority, in reality, this is not the case. The filibuster is used instead to prevent policy change, stop progress, and cause problematic issues to get worse. If this board adopts a 2/3 vote supermajority over a simple majority, it will essentially set up a gridlock until the next election cycle. A supermajority is an obstacle to legislative productivity, which would create a de facto veto against anything the minority board doesn't want. We have a small board and it cannot be compared to our government that uses a 2/3 vote. The framers of our Constitution didn't use a supermajority in the Senate and House. They only included it for overturning a veto. Only after the introduction of the filibuster in the Senate did we see deadlocks and our government not be able to push through legislation. I want to ask why now? This wasn't even a thought when there was a 7-0 like-minded board. No one was there to challenge the vote, and so the majority of voters felt that their voice was not being heard or represented. There is no need to change the process because you lost your opportunity and didn't get the outcome that you wanted. A process already exists for this. It's called voting for new board members at election time. I ask that this board to not adopt the 2/3 vote proposal. It is a short-sighted change that will impede the progress to better the district for our teachers, staff, and students, and in turn will further the divide in our community when we so desperately need everyone to come together and pass the MLO bond this November. Finally, I just want to give a big shout out to all the people who are volunteering their very limited time to paint cars across Douglas County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kassay. Matt Cassidy, Allison Kalinsky, followed by Tricia Ackerman. Matt Cassidy.
Good evening, directors. I'm a parent of one DCSD student and one former DCSD student. Someone asked where the kids' first supporters are who supported the MLO. I'm right here. I hear many of them in the crowd back there, and I know there are a couple down in front of the building who will paint your car with MLO support if you so choose. The former board president's 2/3 vote proposal must be voted down. It's just one more case of rules for thee, but not for me. When the director in question was part of the leftist minority years ago, he proposed a review committee to slow policy change. When the leftists took over the board majority, though, he dropped any pretense of consensus. Now that he's back in the minority, he's proposing changes to keep this board from putting the will of the people into place. If the leader of the disastrous former board majority believes in the principles he espouses, he would have put them into place when he was in the majority. He doesn't. It's transparently a self-serving power grab, and it must be rejected. For those of you who don't think the shift in time and resources toward activism, equity, and closing the achievement gap away from individual academic excellence put into place by the prior leftist board regime has made a difference, I have a case in point living under my roof. My 14-year-old son went to Mountain Ridge Middle School for the last 2 years, never had a bit of homework, never had a bad grade or a disciplinary incident with a teacher. He was fine. He was not pushing the achievement gap on either end, perfect for DCSD's de facto mission to close the achievement gap. This year, we made the difficult decision to pull him out of DCSD to attend a private school whose mission states that everything they do is, quote, in partnership with committed parents. It's been a wake-up call. Homework most every night, real grades, not just 1, 2, 3, or 4, where everything that's not 100 or 50 is 75, but true grades that mean something. A parent portal that makes classroom syllabi and my son's performance transparent to us. It's a lot harder. His grades are not as good, but he loves it. He may push back at time. He's still 14 years old, but he knows what that being challenged to do better means people see something in him. They think that he can be more, and they care about him enough to help him get there. No one's telling him he's fine the way he is. The real crime of this district's identitarian leftward shift is in effort to close the achievement gap and make everyone feel good, we've stopped challenging them to be the best that they can be. You're perfect just the way you are is the biggest lie ever told to a teenager. Shielding kids from criticism prevents them from learning to process and utilize constructive criticism. And you know what else? It's not good for them. We do it not because we're caring or kind, but because we're cowards. It's so much easier and superficially nice to tell someone they're great when they're not, and to shield them from the criticism. If they're already great, then we don't have to do the hard work to help them get better. But true kindness means giving constructive criticism. True kindness means
15
telling someone you
seconds
believe in him
remaining.
enough to know that he can do better, that you expect him to, and that you'll help him get there. If you truly want to help these kids, you'll abandon the superficial niceties and the division of equity and SEL and get back to dedicating all of your time and resources to the uniting principle of academic excellence.
Thank you, Mr. Cassidy. Allison Kalinsky, Tricia Ackerman, followed by Anthony Graziano.
Deep breath. I came here tonight to simply ask you to vote no on Ray's policy to require approval of a 2/3 majority for policy change. I had simple and logical reasoning laid out, like the fact that Director Ray only seems to care about a supermajority when he's not in charge, or that this is really a more stringent process than is used to change legislation in Colorado. I thought simply pointing out Ray's apparent ignorance or flat misrepresentation of the votes he has been a part of for the last year would highlight that this policy change was unnecessary. Unfortunately, here I stand, yet again, in front of you, as another blatant and well-coordinated attack is played out using union hustlers. 63 did not gain enough signatures to be placed on the November ballot. This is not the fault of anyone in this room. Those same hustlers haven't lifted a finger to support the actual ballot measures we have available to us. We have the opportunity in 5A and 5B to support our staff and students. I told you all at my last public comment that you had to work together to make this happen, to galvanize your people to come together in spite of our differences, to make this happen. You, sir, have chosen to use your supporters as pawns in some sick game of power and control. You continue to undermine and encourage distrust in the board majority with both your comments and your actions. And if your union thugs have a problem with my free speech, they know where to find me. Your supporters have asked tonight where we are, while simultaneously putting out letters of flat refusal to paint cars or walk neighborhoods. I haven't seen my husband or my son in 3 days, but I'm here every day offering up my business, my time, and my money to make this happen. The very least you can do for our staff and students at this point is to stand up and help or shut up and get out of the way.
Thank you, Ms. Kalinsky. Tricia Ackerman, Anthony Graziano, followed by Tammy Fleming.
Good evening, Superintendent Kane and board members. My name is Tricia Ackerman. I graduated 3 students from Ponderosa. I'm a former teacher. My comments are directed to Ray's proposal to change the BG policy. I feel this is nothing more than a political stunt to cause manufactured outrage and should not be passed. This policy would require approval of a 2/3 majority as opposed to a simple majority that to revise and or adopt the new policies. This is a bar above and beyond accepted practice, and I feel it's higher than even the legislation of the state of Colorado uses. Also, regarding the changes to the JCA and the JFB, I wonder, do these proposed changes have any potential to negatively affect the SPED students? Do these proposed changes have any effect on the homeschool or are students enrolled in district classes in private schools? I think it does. I ask you to vote against this 2/3 majority, and there's a reason why the board majority was voted in overwhelmingly by our Douglas County, and we should be respected for what our community wants. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ackerman. Anthony Graziano, Tammy Fleming, and then we will move to online with Luke Johnson.
Good evening, everyone. Hello. My name is Anthony Graziano, and I'm an 18-year resident of Douglas County. I have 2 daughters that are DCSD graduates, and I served on the school board from 2017 to 2021. In 2018, Douglas County voters approved a bond and mill levy override for the first time in over a decade. The MLO helped improve teacher and staff compensation and prioritize development of a predictable and competitive salary schedule. It is imperative we continue investing in our DCSD staff and support the need to fund this schedule to ensure we attract and keep the best educators and staff. The 2018 bond allowed us to enhance safety in every school and address critical maintenance needs. Approving the 2022 bond continues this investment as well as funding new construction, transportation, and technology updates. Delivering improvements will not add any burden to taxpayers and are an important long-term investment. Now, passing the 2018 measure was a significant achievement for DCSD after years of pushback. We learned valuable lessons on how to lead a team effort, and I'd like to share a few of those with you. Starting with the board. During your tenure, you've been generous in your support of many officials. It's not too much to ask of you to obtain endorsements of 5A and 5B from those you've supported. Board committees supply a bridge from the district to the community, and they all voice support. Now they need to, too, vocalize this across the county. DCSD charter schools stand directly to receive funds from passing of both the bond and MLO. Charter leaders have the responsibility to educate their staff and families on the benefit of passing these measures. All building leaders need to be delivering the message with urgency of passing 5A and 5B every opportunity they get, and the impact it would have on their individual schools. Business leaders in Douglas County should champion these measures. It will ensure a more educated and skilled workforce. And as we've seen from 2018, these dollars can be a direct investment back into our county. It's critical educators and the DCF get the word out on the measure's positive effect. The MLO delivers teachers an immediate 9% raise upon its passing. A fifth-year teacher would net an added $43,000 over 10 years and obtain a significant long-term para uplift. Lastly, I want to highlight the role of DCSD current and former students can play. Many seniors and recent graduates are eligible to vote for the first time. You have an opportunity to make your voices heard. Take advantage of this occasion.
15 seconds remaining.
We all share responsibility to get 5A and 5B passed. Painting cars, virtual forums, and social media are a start. But the way things get done is with direct outreach and interaction. Postcards, call-outs, text-outs, face-to-face meetings, and most importantly, door-to-door canvassing. This prompts conversations about why we want what's best for our students in our community. Conversations about moving forward together. Please support 5A and 5B. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graziano. Tammy Fleming, then shifting online with Luke Johnson, followed by Tiffany Baker. Ms. Fleming.
So, hopefully I can read this. Mr. Graziano had just mentioned that we should consider how this MLO affects our individual schools, which is what I'm doing. So I have one at a Douglas County school and I have one at Ascent, which should tell you where I'm coming from. I actually debated speaking this evening because I have several friends who are trying really hard to pass the MLO, and I do respect the commitment that they have for the cause. I also know several who don't support it for a variety of reasons, and some of those I agree with and some I don't. I would absolutely love to see all public school teachers in the county funded more competitively. But I did decide to speak tonight not to tell anyone how I think they should vote, but because I believe all taxpayers should be well informed before casting a vote. And I believe they should know that these ballot initiatives do not support all public school students in the county. Despite all county homeowners being asked to foot the bill, many of whom don't even have school-age children, if these measures pass, there will be close to 2,000 students in public schools in the county. Oh my gosh, I lost my place. In public schools in the county who will be funded at a lower rate than the rest of the public school students. These students are not attending private schools. They are students in 2 public charter schools in Douglas County made up almost entirely of Douglas County students. And while they do receive funding from the state, it is at a lower rate, and county taxpayer funds intended for public education should be used to equalize funding for all public school students. So when voters see Invest in DCSD Facebook page and car windows and yard signs, just know that in supporting the measures as advertised, that's exactly what you're doing. You're investing in DCSD, the system, while leaving out 1,900 public school students in the county, including many students on IEPs, and all the staff and teachers at those public schools. I heard that the ballot language itself doesn't preclude DCSD from sharing the MLO with CSI charters, and I really hope that's true. Just because it's something that you're not legally required to do, in my opinion, doesn't mean it's still not the right thing to do. So, you have the opportunity to ensure all Douglas County public school children are funded equally, so do the right thing and continue to share the current MLO and include CSI charter schools in the new MLO. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Fleming. Mr. Blair, do we have Mr. Johnson online?
Mr. Johnson is not online, sir.
Okay, it'll be Tiffany Baker, followed by Ursula Keikos. Is Ms. Baker online?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Tonight, I'm going to read a few comments from email correspondence between our school board secretary and the president of our local teachers union, starting with our board secretary to the teachers union president on August 22nd. Her comments. I believe that the DCSD BOE can make decisions to provide compensation for staff and teachers, so I'm not in agreement to promote collective bargaining by the DCF. I was a union member from 1997 to 2010 and felt it was time to not be a member because I didn't feel they were representing my opinions and money was not well spent when most of the money is for political purposes and not going directly to supporting teachers and students. That is not good stewardship. In response to her email, the teachers union then pointed out our board secretary's real reason for leaving the union, which she wrote on her request to cancel membership. I'm retiring in 2014 and just feel that whatever I can say will be important. I'm not unhappy at all, just want to save. After the union pointed out the board secretary's past comments, she felt, quote, undermined when called out for lying to the union, and she wrote the following response to the union president this week. Her response, good morning. Since my last email to you was complete as far as I'm concerned, I do not intend to answer any more of your questions since your primary goal is to intimidate and undermine what I say. Mine to remind you that you lack integrity, as I stated in the last correspondence. My comments. What I find most concerning about this is that our DCSD board secretary has just flat out said that she will no longer respond to a constituent who represents people who work for the district. Does that mean she no longer wants to hear their voices? This is an extremely unprofessional email response. And the fact that she feels like she can ignore constituents, well, that's not okay. Teachers' voice was silenced by the previous reformer boards with the removal of the collective bargaining agreement with Douglas County Federation. Our last school board, who was pro-public education, failed to re-implement a collective bargaining agreement to give teachers these protections back. Every school district in Denver Metro has a collective bargaining agreement with their teachers' unions, except for Douglas County School District. Teachers don't have the respect to have a seat at the table on important issues like an upcoming policy change that might allow arming additional staff members who are not law enforcement officers. The very least the school board can do is to vote yes on requiring a 2/3 vote before making any policy revisions. A 57% vote should not determine outcomes that impact thousands of people in our county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Our final speaker this evening will be Ms. Keikos. Is Ursula Keikos online, Mr. Blair?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Good
Thank
evening.
you.
I am a parent of a middle schooler and a high schooler in the district. I strongly oppose Director Ray's proposed changes to policy BG. Of course, he would encourage this power shift. Our district was vulnerable for many years with a far left agenda. We finally have a board that puts our children first, not indoctrination. The majority board has kept their promise of bringing excellence back to education. Imposing policy changes that impact the entire system with so low a percentage of support only keeps our district and community in turmoil. Director Ray continues to pressure the board to make this decision before elections. He says that the district probably won't get support for the MLO and bond initiative. This sounds very divisive. Is this to say that if the board doesn't do what he wants them to do, that he will get his constituents to vote against giving our schools the much needed funding that they need at this point? These types of tactics don't sound like something we would want majority votes on. We were stuck under his thumb for far too many years. Please don't give him back the power he so greatly desires. Since we gained our new board last year, they have put our children and teachers first. I, for one, have kept my children in the school district because of them. I also plan on voting for much needed funding. If children and teachers are first and not political agendas, he would also be supporting much needed funding and not trying to outmaneuver our board. Please vote against this. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Ms. Keikos. At this point, we will take a 15-minute recess and restart at 6:40. Come back into session. We will continue with item number 9, adoption of consent agenda. The adoption of consent agenda will deal with items 10 through 16. Do any directors have motions regarding the consent agenda?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to adopt items 10 through 15 and pull item 16 off the agenda for public discussion.
Okay, no vote is required for removing from consent, so we will move item 16.
Director Peterson.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I failed to also, I just wanted to also commend Superintendent Kane for item number 15. I know we're not up for discussion, but really did a beautiful job, I felt like, with formatting the monitoring report for the succession plan, the emergency succession plan. So just wanted to thank you for that, because I think that really set the stage for things to come. So thank you for that. My apologies for the editorial comment.
No worries. We will move item number 16 to the end of study action after item number 21. Do I have any other motions regarding items number 10 through 15 remaining on consent? The motion I'm looking for is to adopt items 10 through 15 as presented, if anyone would like to make that.
I think I made that motion.
Oh,
so I
I'm
think it just
sorry,
needs to be
I'm sorry,
seconded.
thank you.
Second.
DeRay, and second by Myers. And I will take the roll. Hanson.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Weiniger.
Aye.
7-0. Moving to adoption of joint motion agenda. This is the approval of minutes. And the recommendation is that the Board of Education approve the board minutes as presented.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ray.
Second.
Second by Williams. Vote. Hanson.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Weiniger.
Aye.
Pass 7-0. Moving into the study action items. Item number 18, we have the 2022 end-of-year iReady data. This will be a 10-minute presentation followed by a 10-minute Q&A.
Okay, and I'd like to introduce Mr. Reynolds to give this presentation.
Good evening. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm going to do my best to stick to the 10 and 10, so I will get us started. So really, this is a summary of last spring's data. The end of the year testing window is the end of April, beginning of May. So this is a snapshot. This information was shared with you all several months ago when we first got it, but this is our opportunity really to share it more broadly and give you an opportunity to ask questions. A couple of things that I do want to start with each section. We'll do math first, followed by reading, just putting it alphabetically. With each section, you'll see the number of students who participated in each test. That N size is pretty critical when we get to areas such as growth. And also, you'll see that there is some variations, which we would expect with testing, as you know, we have some student movement. Another thing I really would like to ground the conversation is in regards to the colors that you see. These graphs show a variety of different colors, from red hues all the way up to green. Green, the darkest variety of green, represents performance at the college and career readiness level for standards. That's considered a strong grasp of grade level standards. A lighter hue of green means that students do not have full grasp, but they are exposed and have grasp of some of the standards, but just not the career and college readiness. So the colors there are really important. I'm going to start with math and look at placement fall to spring. So we administer iReady 3 times throughout the year, fall, winter, and again in the spring. And we generally see this trend, which is from fall, where are we performing at the beginning of the year and where we're performing at the end of the year. You can see across all of the major categories for green, we do increase, and we see a reduction in both yellow and red. We are celebrating that, and we anticipate seeing that each and every year. The numbers represent the percentage of students within those performance bands. Regardless of grade levels, this is all of them. So this would really be considered a longitudinal analysis of the same group of kids, fall and in the spring. Turning our attention to relative placement, one of the things that we're concerned with is benchmarking over time, especially around 2020, 2021, of looking at how performance has done over time. And you'll see us benchmark against 18-19. That represents the last full year that we have a full complement of testing data. The last time that we had no disruptions in the educational process. So we anchor ourselves against that on the far left. We also look at 2021 as another data set. You'll notice that 19-20 in the middle is missing. The spring of that year, while we did do some testing, it was interrupted. And we were doing some of the online testing. So that data, it's really hard for us to draw any conclusions from, just given how sporadic the testing was. The last column here is the column for this last spring and last year of 21, 22. And it represents really the spring to spring comparison of how we did in relation to those 3 years. Again, this is a cross-sectional analysis. This is looking just at the snapshot from year to year. It's not tracking kids over time by grade level. That same data set, this is breaking it down by grade level. There are some differences between grade level. You'll notice between the N size and also performance levels as you move up. Is to be noted in the early grade levels, you notice that the absence of red, well, there's purpose behind that. When students first start in kindergarten, it's really hard for them to be below grade level because they're just starting with us. And so you'll see the differences of colors as you increase complexity with the standards. So it's also important to note that although the scale remains constant, the content changes with more difficult standards as we graduate through and matriculate through our system. So as you can see, the 3 years, we do have some interesting features within our data in terms of increasing and decreasing the number of students that are on or above grade level. And here is the snapshot for our middle schools as well. The same cross-section of those 3 years, looking at how they scored across time. And this is in mathematics. Another thing that we're really interested in is, in addition to just how students perform on grade level, so that's your criterion reference part of this, we also look to see how they perform against the scale in growth. Ideal situations, you want high performing and high growth. So this two-dimensional view really looks at their median growth percentile that the mathematics that the system provides, and also their performance level against those historical norms. So generally speaking, as you look at the quadrants, there's quadrants 1 through 4, we want our students to be in that upper right corner because that indicates that there's high growth and high performance in that mathematical model. So you can see that that's the 100%, which means that students are hitting that trajectory of typical growth. So anytime you're above that typical growth, that means you're making more ground ahead on grade level standards, which is what we like to see. And in our system, we have that nice cluster of all of our grade levels being at or above that mark and being in that upper right quadrant, which is something that we do pay attention to and are very proud of that fact. This is another thing that we do pay attention to, is in addition to looking at just growth as a sole construct, we like to break down that growth by performance bands to see how are students growing in relation to their performance band, so that we can look across the whole scale of performance to see how are students mid and above grade level performing in relation to growth versus the other bands of early 1, 2, and 3 or more grade levels below. In an ideal situation, in order for these students at the bottom to be caught up, you want that percentage to be above 100%. We would actually love that percentage at the bottom of this scale to be the highest percentage. So again, this gives us more fruit and more labor ahead of us, and also something to monitor. And also, the color schemes is what Curriculum Associates provides us to show in relation to their national norm. The darker the color, the better the data. And so when you look to see how dark our full scale is, that's really a celebration that we've got growth happening across all grade levels and across all of our bands. Pretty unique for our district to show that in comparison to other districts across the state and across the country. Another way of looking at that same growth is not just across grade level, but also grade level and concept by standard. So we can look at operations and numbers to see how our students are compared to the national norm. And so it lets us look at not only just that growth, but also to be able to look at how we compare to that historical national norm, and as well as breaking it down to see, are there areas for us to focus in on much of our work moving into the future, whether that's curriculum instruction or assessment work. Again, the same concept applies. The darker the color, the more away from the national average we represent. So ideally, we'd love this entire thing to be very, very dark blue. I have a general saying, green is good, blue is better. In this case, the darker the hue of blue, the better, and across all grade levels and all standards. We're switching gears now. This is our representation for reading. Math is represented by blue and reading is represented by green on the slides, just in case you're looking at it. Again, we're looking at fall to spring. We see a similar trend of growth from our fall score to our spring score. The one major difference that we're seeing between this and math is you'll see a differentiation that math performance is not as high as reading. We do see that same shift in color, that the mid and above grade level does shift from a smaller percentage to a larger, and we do see a decline in yellow and the dark hues of red, which is good. This is again our comparison over time from 2018, 2021, and 2022. And we've had conversations about this in the past regarding our performance. It's pretty remarkable to see our performance before the pandemic and some of the things that we experienced in those 2 years, and coming out of that our percentage is actually higher. That's really a big celebration to us. It's still an acknowledgement that we have lots of work to do, but it's a celebration that our students, our staff, and our parents, it's that partnership. You don't get results like this unless you have a partnership, knowing all of the transitions between the different learning modalities. So again, a big celebration. This is that same data set, but now broken down by grade level. You'll see that progression of looking at over time at grade level performance. You see some grade level performances have improved since 2019. You'll see some that in comparison to 2019 have not grown as much, and some have seen a slight decline, which again gives us more information when we're doing our planning and working with our schools on areas that we could identify. This is the same cross-reference, but again, it's looking at 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Again, you see areas where our performance is relatively stable. You see areas where we've had some growth, and you've seen some areas where we have some decline. So lots of different things that we can examine in this cross-sectional analysis. This is that same graph of looking at growth versus performance. You'll see that in this, again, we're in that upper right quadrant. This is a mathematical model that Curriculum Associates has provided. And you'll also see that in math, it was closer to that middle part of the graph, still above, but now we're pushing the bounds into higher growth and higher performance. Again, we like to see that. We'd like to see it keep progressing, even off the chart up here if we could, to get higher performance and higher growth, which is something that we strive for. Again, this is the same snapshot. You'll see a stark comparison between what's happening in math and here in our reading. Again, the darker colors means the further and further away from that 100% we are. And you'll see across all grade levels and all performance bands, we're in that dark category. But again, we want to look at in these areas specifically where we're three or more below, in order to continue to bring them up to that grade level standard, which is the goal, is meet or exceed standard. We need those students down here to have a higher percentage. So we'll continue to work on that and continue to monitor that as we administer assessments and really have conversations this year about our core reading programs. This is the same type of concept, but now we're looking at the domains of literacy. This is really important for us this year because of our implementation of core reading programs. We have a baseline for us to operate from, not only gathering the data from this year, but also looking back to last spring to start developing what does that baseline look like for us while we're implementing a core reading program. We know that when you're implementing a core reading program, you expect to have a 3 to 5 year line before you really start seeing the results in your data as people learn the program. it's really nice to see that we're building off a great foundation, and it's really dark in color, which is really, really good. There are some areas that we know for sure that we are going to target for some of our work. When we talk about informational text, that typically is more complex text, and as you get higher in grade level, we know that could be an area for our focus is the more complex your text gets, which is really what the standards are asking us to do. That's an area for us to focus in on. And also our data, when we look at CMS, which I won't give away the hints on that one because I know I'm presenting on that next month, we see similar trends in terms of our performance on what are some specific areas that we can focus in on and work with our students. And also with the core reading program, since it's based on these same domains, we can have a broader conversation about data because now with the core reading programs, there's also information that's coming from that key core reading program that's also going to support the work that we're doing. So no longer are we simply waiting for the end of the year test results. We've got data along the year that we can really point to. So we have formative data, interim, and summative data at our disposal. So, and I didn't mean to do that, Mark, so I apologize. So I'm going to stop there, take a breath, and allow you all to ask whatever questions you may have. And I'm hoping I hit the 10 minutes.
Yeah. Good try. I'll take any questions.
I'll take that as a no.
I'll take any questions from the board in the 8 minutes that Mr. Reynolds has left. No, that's Director Meek, go ahead.
Well, thank you. This is always really helpful to be able to see this information. So a couple of questions. How do schools use this data, and how do they share it with students and families?
Great question. Part of our work starting a few years ago was helping leaders understand their data. So this year has been really great. We've been working with principals specifically on helping them understand their data and diving really into this and looking at the individual reports, not only for state testing, but also here to understand what is that data telling us and create goals. One of the commitments that schools have is to be able to create goals that are reflective of what data they have in terms of what are some celebrations and what are some areas to work on. In terms of sharing this information with students, it really depends on the school in terms of how it's best shared. Many times we see that at the beginning of the year, they're sharing that out in teacher conferences, which are coming up soon, to be able to share those reports, which is helpful because they get to explain what the data means. Again, the idea is to help everyone understand what they're looking at in terms of color and also what the data is actually telling them. So,
other directors? Director Hansen?
Thank you. As a district, we just recently provided entirely new math and literacy curriculum to our elementary schools. I'm just curious if you have seen any trends starting to, when will we see the results of investing in that curriculum, and have you seen anything yet?
It's a great question. That's really the million-dollar question that we're actually asking across the nation at this time. Not just us, but in terms of our core programs for reading and for math, some of this you're seeing already reflective of the data. The challenge that we have is we have multiple things happening at the same time. So we just had teachers complete a state-required 45 hours of training on the science of reading. In addition, we have this new core programming coming out that's aligned to that. So there's multiple things at play. So there is the hard data that you see here, but there's also the qualitative data of just having conversations with people. In implementing these new curricula, the conversations have shifted. We notice that when we're talking to people, that the level of complexity that's outlined in the standards, many people don't really understand how complex those standards are and what we're asking our kids to do. And that's been really an aha, because now we have resources that are aligned to that expectation. That has been a key learning point for our teachers and for our principals, that the expectations that they see in these programs are now aligned to these new standards. And that is something that cannot be understated. In terms of data, I think we're still 2 to 3 years out when we implement a new program. The volume of information that comes from, let's say, a core reading program, it's literally tons of material when we delivered in this fall. So there's a lot of things for them to get to know, in addition to getting to know their students. And so I would anticipate 2 to 3 years, we'll start to see more impact. But we're building off a solid foundation when you look at our data, which is great.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
Director Ray?
Just follow up with that, Mr. Reynolds. So do you see that the iReady assessment also aligns with the assessments of the state new standards as well as the programs that we've adopted? I mean, is there an alignment with iReady as well?
Yeah, it's funny that you should say that. The state board just had a presentator from a third-party vendor who is looking at the alignment between this particular assessment, iReady, and state assessments. And it was at 0.83%, which is really, really high. That's a correlation factor. It's very, very high. And we know that besides looking at just the correlation factor, that looking at the actual assessment itself, they are very much aligned.
Other directors before we go back? Just one thing, and I think you hit it for me, Mr. Reynolds, is would love to capture the baseline prior to benchmark and wonders and continue to look back on that and see how we grow as cohorts going through the year. I think that's an excellent program and would love to see more disaggregation of data. I know it's coming. The other comment is just as being a director touring schools, and I know all of us have gotten out to schools lately, but I was at Roxborough Primary and Intermediate and got to actually see science of reading in action where they're doing the word mapping. They're going through learning a different way, and everyone that I talked to there is absolutely impressed with it, aligned to it, ready to go, and I thought that was excellent. And one last shout out as a homer to Ms. Ford down at Larkspur Elementary. If you have not seen her reading wall based on the science of reading, it is a thing of wonder. So seeing this in place in our schools has been really good to observe. So that's just a shout out to all of our staff and how much they've really dove into the work around science of reading. Director Ray.
And I would just echo, I'm sorry, did you, I would just echo Director Peterson's accolades. You know, when we see these cross-sectional data points, we ought to be standing on the roof and just, celebrating our staff and our teachers big time. For them to show those kind of results in spite of the crisis we went through is just unbelievable, I think. And it's my understanding that these results that we have are different than other districts. Or, I know iReady is always impressed with the work that we do in this district and the gains that our students make because our teachers really are using iReady with fidelity. So I want to celebrate that. My last question, though, is informational text. I mean, that has been an issue since back when we were educators, in terms of results always show that kids are at a disadvantage with information when they read informational text. We have great librarians who maybe are able to help us with that. But what do you think? What is the strategy or the tool that's going to help kids be more successful when they do read that kind of technical print?
Well, no small question. That's a big one. I think it's multifaceted. I think looking at what the students are being asked to do in standards and really aligning to what that expectation is really is number one, is looking at specifically what are they being asked to do. Those students are being asked to do something different than what I was asked to do at a young age. They're being asked to do something very, very complex. And so it's taking those tasks and taking that expectation and peeling that apart, of looking at specifically what skills are those tasks asking our students to do. Breaking that apart and then looking at what instructional strategies can be utilized to support students in learning those skills. It's not like new science in order to do that, but what's different is the expectations of what we're asking students to do within our new standards.
Okay, any other directors? Director Meek?
Yeah, thank you. Are we able to disaggregate the data, and are schools getting disaggregated data as well by student population?
Yes, within the system itself, they can disaggregate the data across multiple aspects of subgroups. Not all subgroups are represented within their system, but the major categories that you can disaggregate, and they can drill down to individual students, individual classrooms, individual teachers, and they also can do something very unique, is within the system, our intervention specialists can group kids together based on the scoring either of iReady or other things, and they can track those students over time. So they can look at their performance over time and do growth monitoring within those groups as they're working and providing that intervention.
Yeah, that's great to hear. When does the board get the disaggregated data? Does that come in the monitoring report, or is it something that we have access to now?
So over the summer, you got the initial full report from this. I can certainly provide that as part of the additional package. I can work with the superintendent to figure out what's the best way to deliver that.
Director Myers, I'll let you have the last one.
Once again, thank you. I'm always amazed when I'm on a committee or in the boardroom with you with your data that you're giving us, because it's a lot. But one thing that I think that I can gather from this in relation to what Director Ray said, we have a fantastic staff of teachers that are going over and above, doing what they're doing to educate our kids. And as I visit schools and I see these teachers interacting with the students, they are doing amazing jobs, and this data shows it. So thank you.
Because of your expertise, Matt, or Mr. Reynolds, what's your sense, when we take iReady data that's really diagnostic data, intended to be diagnostic data, and we kind of push it into this norm reference kind of comparison, do you feel like that's doing a disservice? I mean, I know oftentimes this confuses our public. We even heard tonight, only 48% of your kids are, reading at grade level, when that's not really the reference that this is referring to. So just 2 seconds to help me, to reassure me that when we look at this data and we try to put it into a norm reference kind of slide, if you will, or as opposed to taking it for what it's intended, which is for more diagnostic criteria referenced. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, and then I'll shut up.
Again, no small feat to answer that question. So a couple of things. This data is actually both norm and criterion referenced. So when we look at actual grade level performance, it's against the standard of that grade level. And those standards, based on our own state standards, really have elevated the ball game here in terms of what we're being asked, our students are being asked to do. So there is that aspect of it. So you see that elevation of performance. If we were to take our students now and let's say issue them a TCAP from years ago, you would see a dramatic difference in our performance because that bar has been moved. So they have increased the rigor level of both the standards, the assessment, and the accompanying instruction that we're being asked to provide. So that's one piece of it. So in interpreting it, I also look at this just based on the fact that it is diagnostic. It is a great tool for our schools to have to address the individual needs of our students. And that's really the purpose of this data set, is to really look at how are individual students doing. And because it's diagnostic and adaptive, it's not set to just one grade level. They can perform above or below grade level, and it'll narrow in to see how they're performing so that we can address where they are and provide them the enrichment, reinforcement, or acceleration really to move students, which is why the growth data is so important too.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reynolds, and we will move on to item, go ahead, Superintendent Kane, to wrap us up.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to add just a couple of quick comments. Director Ray, also when you look at, you make a good point, when you look at the percentage of students that are at or above grade level, you also have to recall that, of course, this assessment is taken before the end of the school year, right? So there's a lot of instruction left till the end of the school year. So I think that is an important point to make as well. And lastly, I just wanted to paint a picture for the board and for our public of how our schools really do use this information. Our professional learning communities, I was in a school recently where the third grade team was all sitting down together going through data, as they do frequently, and they actually have a data wall where they have green in the background and orange and red and yellow. They have all the colors, right? And if you can picture dots representative of students, they were moving the dots, into the green so they could see visually green, yellow, red, what they needed to work on. And I was watching them have to add more green blocks because they were running out of room to put the dots into the green blocks. But just there's so many different ways that our staff uses this information to really target, as Mr. Reynolds said, individual kids and make sure that individual kids are getting exactly what they needed, and it's amazing work. Thank you, Mr. Reynolds.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reynolds. And at this point, we will move to item number 19, which is District Accountability Committee Unified Improvement Plan recommendations, which are a requirement for CRS 2211-3031B. This will be a 10-minute presentation followed by 10 minutes of Q&A.
Perfect. Thank you again for giving me the opportunity to speak. And I also want to thank the District Accountability Committee as a whole, but we also have members in our audience. Would you all mind if I passed a mic around so they could introduce themselves?
Matt did not tell us about this. We just said we would do a group picture with a thumbs up and put it on a slide, and he said, no, if you can be in person, that would be great. But I'm Kelly Pointer and member of the DAC.
Lisa Loomer. Katie Lynch, Principal Representative. Julie Gooden.
And I'll also say that they're all very good sports because I did drop that on them. So the reason I wanted to start with their introduction is they're a vital cog in this process in order for us to bring forth to you a plan for adoption. We do spend quite a bit of time working together, and it's a continual process. This year was a little bit different because we've got some timeline issues, which I'm going to get into. But really, that's one of their primary responsibilities is to provide advice concerning the preparation of and the content. So we do spend quite a bit of time talking about data. I love talking data, so they humor me in those conversations. A few things, just the backdrop of where we are. So from a state's perspective, we are transitioning back into accountability. We did have 2 years of interrupted accountability, but now we're transitioning back. So our data is reflective of that transition. We do not have a full data set that we normally would have in this transition because in 2021, as you recall, we didn't test all students in all grades in all subjects. So we have a data set that's incomplete, and so we're still dealing with that data set. They did calculate frameworks, and they also did some interesting things regarding an update that they provided. So when they were in the process of creating the performance frameworks, the Colorado Department of Education noticed there was an issue with participation. Which they had been warned about and they were preparing for, is that there were still, in our system, there were still schools being impacted by quarantines and things like that. So the commissioner stepped in and said, because we're still impacted, we're not going to hold participation rates against schools in regards to their performance, which is a big deal. Because there's many schools across the state that were still impacted by students not able to access the test during the test administration. They also shifted the deadline because of the delay in issuing these school performance frameworks. They shifted the deadline for unified improvement plans to October 25th. In terms of building the plan itself, we have some considerations. We start with the board goals and we work our way down through the list. Work from board goals to superintendent goals, whatever assessment accountability changes that we are dealing with at the moment, which every year there are a few. We also have additional requirements through the READ Act and also programmatic requirements for reviews, whether it's gifted and talented or ELD. And then we also have the state board decisions on top of that because they make changes to the rules as well. Board goals, I won't spend a whole lot of time on there, just wanted to put it on a slide to acknowledge that. We also have the superintendent goals. Again, you guys have seen this as well. I do want to focus some time on our priority performance challenges. So we participated in a data dialogue and data dive on September 1st with our District Accountability Committee. We spent about 2 hours, hour and a half, 2 hours of diving into our school performance framework data. The interesting part about that is we were doing that without having the framework in our hands because the commissioner delayed it by a week. But we had all of the data, so they humored me as I went through each successive data set to lay the foundation of what that performance framework was all about. In that data review, we did identify math and English language arts as areas of focus for us for priority performance challenges. In addition, specific subgroup performance. we wanted to look and really target that within our work because we noticed that there was a gap between their performance and the general population. There were two other things that we noticed with graduation rates. Graduation rates will be an interesting thing over the next several years, with the addition of competencies being a very real thing. I will be presenting additional data regarding graduation as a result of that. But we focus specifically on EL graduation because we did see that that EL graduation rate is still below the general population. High school science still is a challenge for us in terms of participation rates. While we can influence and direct students to participate in that because it's a state law that parents can excuse their children, we do want to do some awareness to all of our high schools that it's going to be really, really hard for us to reach that top tier of performance when we have such low participation in high school science, as that represents 1/3 of the academic performance for our high schools. Some root cause analysis. We have, in our doing our analysis, we have talked about the alignment between academic standards, which the core reading programs will help us address that alignment because it's directly aligned to the expectations of those. Professional learning communities is something that's going to be an ongoing process for our development. You guys have heard a lot about that. We also have some inconsistent programming and implementation, specifically around multi-tiered systems of support, which is the idea that you're trying to support the whole child, not just academically, but also, and you heard that in public comment regarding mental health and behavioral supports. So that's something that we have some inconsistent of the implementation of that, continue to support our schools into identifying the individual needs of students and supporting them. So in terms of major improvement strategies, I highlighted a couple different words, but there is really 3 categories of major improvement strategies. The first is alignment, implementation and aligned instruction to that, the Colorado Academic Standards. So again, we have 2 things at play here. We have, in elementary alone, we have the science of reading training that was just done. That was 45 hours that our teachers had to complete this last year. In addition to that, we also have core reading programs that are aligned to standards and the science of reading. So you're implementing both of those at the same time. So that's really about the alignment of that instruction. And so many of our elementary schools are spending a great deal of time of implementing that new core program. That's the primary thing, the driver of much of their professional development. The other thing is the alignment of universal targeted intensive instruction. Again, the core reading programs are really going to help support that at the elementary level, but we're also having conversations at the secondary level regarding our priority learning outcomes, about aligning ourselves to those priority learning outcomes to really narrow our focus to improve student performance. Also, we've got supporting schools with implementing that prevention-based framework and support for not just academics, but behavioral, mental health, health and wellness, and also family and community engagement. That idea of a multi-tiered system of support, I could spend a whole day talking about that as well. Some of the action steps. I was going to put the first one in blue and highlight it in bold. Core reading program implementation is going to be present in our Unified Improvement Plan for several years. It takes a lot to implement a core reading program or any new program in our schools. That's a lot of professional development, a lot of support, a lot of time and energy into that. But we also will have other professional learning opportunities. Assessment data practices, it's a big surprise coming from me that would be a big focus on working with our schools and our leaders into making sure that we're analyzing data and utilizing the data to improve our practice and implement it as part of our professional learning communities. A few other things that we've got is at the bottom is look at the Colorado Academic Standards, and I put the word revised there. Our standards will be revised on a cycle, and every few years we've got a new set of standards that comes. So there's a cycle for us to react to those standards. We get an opportunity to provide feedback as their development. You've probably heard a lot of noise over the last probably 12 months regarding social studies standards. We're anticipating when those come out. So anytime something new comes from the state, we read and react, and that's really what that's all about. So our recommendation is we've provided you a copy of the draft plan. We use the draft on purpose because it's draft until you all act. We do have components of that plan that will be updated even after you decide to adopt it because we continue to add new data sets. There'll be some different things that we add to it. And data never stops flowing. And so we have the opportunity of adding information when we get it. Like take, for example, in January, we'll get new graduation rates. It's a prime opportunity for us to review compare that to our plan, and make adjustments as needed. All right, perfect.
All right, open it up for board Q&A. We have 10 minutes. Director Meek.
Well, I wanted to say thank you so much for the September 1st session. Matt, Mr. Reynolds did just a phenomenal job walking everyone through the data. And I think those of you in the audience would agree that we're there. So thank you for being able to really make it fun to dive into and explore. I'm wondering, is the board going to get the same level of presentation that the DAC was able to have, just because there were so many great insights that we had a chance to talk through? And I don't think they're covered in this presentation. So for example, the free and reduced lunch eligible students, their performance actually improved, right? And the English learners as well. And there were just some really interesting insights in the data. And I'm just curious, will the entire board have an opportunity to do that deep dive?
So I can answer the first part, and then I'll have to look to my left here. But I know in October, I'm scheduled to come back and to give you a more in-depth look. So that might be the first opportunity. And then after that's done, then I can certainly get a reaction to see where else you would like to go with that.
Well, it sounds like October will be a great opportunity. It just felt like there were so many celebrations in the data in what, again, our staff have been able to do over the past couple of very challenging years. And I just didn't want that to be lost in any of this work. And so I'm glad. I'm glad to hear we'll have a chance to hear more in October. And thank you again.
Other directors? Director Ray.
One of your root causes was the lack of systemic approach for PLCs. And I'm wondering, what is the action plan? I know we've been doing PLCs for some time. And I'm just curious, one, what are you seeing, or what's the notion of that in terms of what needs to be refined? And then what's our action plan to help make that happen?
Great question. Thank you again for another doozy of a question. That's great. PLCs are very interesting in the fact that we have them in our system, but it's providing additional supports for helping teams, specifically building leadership teams and school teams, continue to revise their practice and give them resources to help them. Really, you try to make it as most efficient and effective as you possibly can. So it's not as though we're building these things from the ground up, but it's refining what supports we provide and also helping them when they have a need. If a specific team is asking, hey, we need resources because we're focused in on writing, then we step in and help them with that writing. Or other teams we need more support with analyzing our data. It's stepping in and supporting the work as opposed to building them from the ground up, because they are existing in our system.
Superintendent Kane.
If I could add to that, and I think Assistant Superintendent Windsor would like to add to that as well. Our level meetings, I have had the opportunity to sit in our level meetings and just listen into the great work that our principals are doing, and they've been extremely purposeful around data and around helping the professional learning community's strategy to really close in around that data and have that data drive what they're doing. So there's just been a lot of work even here at the beginning of the school year on that process as part of the UIP, and Assistant Superintendent Windsor will have something to add.
Yeah, thank you, Superintendent Kane. I was going to refer to something very similar around our level meetings. I think to your point around that idea of establishing a PLC culture versus even doing PLCs, I think the goal of really ensuring we're trying to meet the needs of all students through that systemic approach, understanding where our focus is, knowing from a very much a level meeting, there's been a teamed approach from Ms. Hyatt, Mr. Reynolds, and the school leadership team as well to really dig into how are we meeting the needs of individual students. That starting at one, understanding where we are, looking at the foundation and kind of where we are as a district, and really having a true systemic approach when we're looking at professional learning with our leaders. How are you looking at over a continuous approach from month to month to build upon those areas versus a one-time shot professional development that, as we know, does not work very well. And so as we looked at that from a level meeting and then ensuring then from a regional approach with our regional principal meetings is really modeling what high quality professional learning is and high professional learning communities are, modeling that with our elementary, middle, and high school leaders within our regions, which then hopefully you see that transfer of purpose. Also, I'll try to build in that intentional time. As we know within our schedules, our leaders have done an amazing job to try to build in time for the time, but really around those cultural expectations of meeting student needs. And so it's been very intentional within the system as well.
I'm just wondering, along those lines, and I guess this is a question for my colleagues, is it seems like the board would benefit from like a PLC 101, just to really understand the framework, because we talk about it all the time, and it is so powerful when it's done well. It really does drive some incredible results, and I just wonder if we would benefit from being, if it's systemic. I think we ought to model and perhaps understand the model a little bit more intimately than just the PLC acronym. So that's just something I'm wondering if there'd be interest in the board to pursue, or Superintendent Kane, if you have thoughts about that.
Once upon a time, a long time ago, we used to have kind of lunch and learn type things for our Board of Education where we really dove in deep to a topic, and I think that at least two of you have brought up something that you'd love to be able to dive in deeper than we can maybe in this formal setting and in the time we're allowed. So love to have ideas from board members on what kinds of things you'd like to do a deep dive on, and let staff work out if we can kind of find a way to make that happen. Thank you for the suggestion.
Thank you. And quick question for Mr. Reynolds, the N size, the sample size. Can you talk just very quickly, obviously you want more data to feed that size and inform our decisions, but what effect does say a low sample size have, not just on your ability to determine where people are along the spectrum, but what does it do to us as a district in terms of appeals and other things that we may want to pursue in the future?
Great question. I'll answer the statistical part of it first. 95% is typically the benchmark. That's the benchmark that the federal government uses to say you can draw really firm conclusions when you have 95%. The further and further you get away from that 95%, the harder and harder it is for you to draw really specific conclusions, especially if you have uneven participation, where you have a subgroup that may not be participating as much as another. So the further and further you get away from that 95%, the harder it is for you to generate conclusions. The second part has to do with what we can do from a request to reconsider. They changed the rule on the request to reconsider process. So the request to reconsider process is, if we as a district get our data back and we look at that data, and that data we don't feel it represents our student population performance, we can submit a request to reconsider to the state. The state has a requirement that they won't allow you to do that anymore unless you have 90% participation. So we've got 95% to reach that benchmark for federal accountability, but now we have to hit that 90%, which historically in Douglas County has been very hard for us to hit, especially at high school in a subject like science. It's been hard for us to hit that. So our participation has a direct impact on our ability to do a request to reconsider.
So official recommendation from one director to the parents listening out there, please participate. That allows us to take more informed action for our individuals and our groups, but it also gives us a little bit more latitude as a district, especially when we're right on that threshold of participation, or we just have small groups. So any other directors? Okay, we've got about 1 minute left.
All right. I know that, several in this plan, we have implement. I mean, there's a lot of implement more consistent practices there, implement PLC, and I'm wondering, what is the support system for our teachers? It's one thing for us to analyze data and have data conferences and identify the needs of students, but then it's a different need for someone to come alongside of our teachers and do that coaching model, and I think we've moved away from that a little bit because we've piled a lot of stuff onto our PLSs, to where there's more than just mentoring and coaching. So I'm just wondering, are we re-looking at how we mentor and coach and support our teachers where this is falling on the back of to really put in place?
Short answer is yes. We're looking at really all aspects of how we support our schools and our teachers. That process really never ends. And to your point about PLS, our Professional Learning Specialists, another acronym that we have, those are the folks that are in our building that support teachers. Again, part of our process this year was to really look at what they do and their responsibilities. And again, the idea is if you do fewer things and do them well, you're able to support more people. And so we did take a look at the very beginning of this year, looking at our data and what we were planning for those staff members to say, let's really limit what we want them to do and have it in alignment with the work that school leadership is doing with their leaders. So they're now working in partnership with their school leaders to deliver the same supports for our teachers.
Okay.
So I'd like to make a motion that the Board of Education adopt the Unified Improvement Plan per CRS 2211-3031A.
Second.
Motion by Ray, second, I'm sorry, was that Weiniger? Williams, okay, thank you. And I'll now take a vote. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
7-0. Moving into item number 20 under study action, calendar approval for 2023-2024 school year and the 2024-2025 school year, 10-minute presentation and a 10-minute Q&A.
Perfect. And before I go on, I do want to thank the folks that are behind me from the District Accountability Committee. Their work and their support, we couldn't do this without them. And so it's been very great that they're here, they're supporting on a Tuesday night. So thank you, thank you. Okay, let's change gears. So we've got new calendars up for adoption for this year. So I do want to provide some background into that process of where we've been, where we're going, and what we're proposing as a recommendation. So I wanted to show you this, the statute. I mean, one of them is your specific duties, but also I wanted to talk about the policy. We do have a policy, ICICA, which is the policy that says that the calendar will be approved no later than November 1st, which is the timeline that we work backwards from in terms of adopting these. Our calendar for developing a calendar was interrupted by COVID. We tend to do a process with a committee, a calendar committee, where we bring people together, and we also do outreach before we make a recommendation, and that was interrupted. So we've had a truncated timeline, which I'll talk about in just a minute. And the last part of the statement that I've got here is really important. It says, where, insofar as possible, these calendars shall meet the desires of the community and staff. That's no short order when you talk about calendars. And we'll talk about the constraints from that. This is our calendar committee. I also have the director in charge of that committee in the room. So hopefully if I get to a part where it's too data-centric, I may call into the bullpen. That is Director of Academic Systems, Phil Ranford. He's with us in the back. So if the questions get to a certain level, I may ask him to come in. But this group is a wonderful group that sticks with us through this entire process with parents, with staff members, teachers, administrators. It's a nice, well-rounded group. We also involve students, and you guys will see that in just a minute. So their goal is to create multiple options to be able to go out to our community to see what is the best option out there, and then take all that information and make a recommendation. So we really started in earnest in January, and we re-engaged this process, and we started with an initial survey. Before we even started building calendars, we asked really, what are the key features of that, of every calendar that you would like to see? And we had almost 12,000 responses to that survey, and they gave us some key takeaways that starting, end times, and the vacations in between were really the things that most people were worried about. So be cognizant when you build your calendars, and they gave us more feedback than that, but that's kind of our key takeaways. From there, the committee convened, reviewed all of that data, and started their work of creating the different calendar options. Now, from that, they created 48 calendar options, 24 for each year, to try to meet the needs of all of the different requests that we saw in that data set in January, to do their best to come up with different options to be able to meet those needs. Quite a bit of work, quite a bit of labor went into that. From there, flash forward to the August, we didn't do much over the summer because we need to engage our stakeholders. We started collecting feedback from different groups, our PTOs, our SACs, our BLT, to see which ones of the 48 is the preference, to really start to narrow that down, to get something that we could go back to our community and get some data from. We also engaged in multiple opportunities to get feedback from our student advisory group, both leading in and coming out of this process, because they have some very unique perspective, especially our high school kids and our students that are on the student advisory group. We created a website where we provided information on all things calendar, including the timeline and also the survey that we sent out. And then we started our process of gathering feedback from the survey, which I'm going to go through in greater detail. We came back to look at some recommendations from the DAC again, and here we are with making a recommendation for you all based on all of the work. So here are the objectives and really what the calendar committee is striving for. We tried to hit every single one of these things throughout our processes. I'm not going to go through the whole exhaustive list, but what I wanted to show is we checked the box on all of the things that was on their key features to strive for. We know that when we put a calendar together, calendars are great. People tend to want to have their starting time, they want their vacations, and they want their ending time. It's very difficult to make everyone happy, but we want to make an informed decision to see what is out in our community. So we did a survey. This is the survey that we had. We had about 14,000 people participate in the survey, and this is the breakdown of who completed the survey. Now, this is not inclusive of the student advisory group. They're separate. These are just the kids that actually filled out the survey. We had a little over 10,000 parents, 3,400 staff members, and 86 community members. Keep that end size in mind as we look at their data. It's 86 people, but we did incorporate their data into that. So when we went through and we broke down the data, we looked at it two ways. We had 4 calendars that were out in the system in A, B, C, and D, and we asked people to say which one is your first preferred, your second preferred, your third preferred, and your fourth. So one way to look at it is just what is the number one calendar? Which one came as the first preferred calendar in the system? And that was calendar A. That's this green column over on the right. That, and you can look at the breakdown of the other calendars. A came up on top and C followed as the second. Really the big difference between A and C has to do with the starting time, which has an influence on some of the breaks in between, and also the semester break, which we got feedback from the students on. We also looked at the weighted average. So in addition to looking at what's number one on their preference list, we looked at one which was weighted the most based on being higher on their priority list. And also A came out on top of that, but very close was C. So our data from previous time, we're getting closer and closer together, which for me signals that we're hitting the sweet spot, taking all 48 of those calendars, and we're hitting more and more what people are asking for, but it's making it more and more difficult for our parents to make that choice, and our staff. So both came out on top on A, whether we did a weighted average or by popularity. And then when we break it down by different groups, different stakeholder groups, you can see that students preferred A, both in popularity and weighting. Our parents had a flip-flop and preferred the weighting for C, but it was still the most popular one was A. Followed very closely in the weighting by A as well. So A and C typically were the top two as we went across. Staff, A was the top for both. In our community, those 86 folks had selected C as being the one that they had preferred when looking at all the different options. We replicated the same thing again for the following year's calendar. So this is 24-25. Again, we looked at what was the most popular, And we also looked at what was the one that had the largest weighted average. Again, A came out on top on both. And then when we did a cross-section, we had a similar performance across the board in that A was top between students and staff, between weighted and popularity. We do see that the weighted for parents was slightly more in favor of C, followed very closely by A. Popularity-wise, it was still A. In our community, those 86 folks really do like C. So that was something that was high up on their list as well. When we went to the student advisory group, a very interesting conversation. I think you may have been a part of that at Echo Stadium. I do know that one of the pieces of feedback is they were really worried, not so much about the start, but really what that transition is between semesters. They didn't want to have a calendar that bled over after winter break, which makes sense. Many of them are taking AP courses or taking concurrent enrollment courses where those have to end before that December break, and they didn't want to have to do finals after winter break, which I found very, very interesting. So our recommendation and the recommendation from the calendar committee is both A for 23-24 and for 24-25 is utilizing that A calendar. So, and I'm trying to think if there's one more. Yep, questions?
Director, questions? Director Ray?
Well, just a comment. I want to call out Mr. Ranford. I remember calendar was always who got the shortest straw, because this is a hard gig to do because you don't please all the people. So I know he's way in the back, but I think we give him some applause just for how he's facilitated the group. So I wanted to thank him. The other thing that was interesting at school or at student advisory group was some of the students were wanting to know what the staff thought was best, which I thought was kind of interesting too. And Mr. Ranford did a really nice job of saying, he didn't want to bias that at all and wanted their feedback. But I sometimes think that our discussion about calendars is so focused on preference and not necessarily on what paces learning the best. In terms of what you said earlier, Mr. Reynolds, our students saying we don't want to have winter break to be studying for finals, that to me really gives a really good rationale for why we should end the semester when students are saying that's just doesn't work for me as a learner. And so I feel like that sometimes we don't always call out the learning benefits of the calendar as much as just what people's preferences are, like you said earlier, in terms of breaks and vacations. So I do like to see us really look at learning as the rationale for why we set our calendar the way we do. So
if I can respond, so one of the things that this process will never end, but one of the things that we do look at is we look at the benchmarks on the number of weeks of instruction to make sure that we have balance between a semester to a semester, or to look at in leading up to something like an AP test, to balance the number of weeks that leads into that quality instruction before they take that assessment. That's one of the criteria that they use in developing some of those calendars. I say some because there's 48 of them that they started with.
Other directors? Director Myers?
So I'd like to make a motion
You may.
for calendar approval 2023-24 and 24-25. So moved. Calendar A.
We have a motion to approve calendar option A as the conventional calendar for 2023-2024 school year and calendar A for the 2024-2025 school year by Director Myers. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Weiniger. Take the roll. Director Hansen?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
7-0. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, and again, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank not only Mr. Ranford, but also all members of that committee. It is quite a lot of work in order to put this through. And I'd also like to thank our parents, our staff, and our students for giving us the feedback along the way. That's a lot of feedback that we got throughout the process. It's over 30,000 responses to our survey, as well as all of the emails that we have gotten over time regarding calendars. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. We'll move on to item number 21, which I do not believe is Mr. Reynolds. Authorization to negotiate Lehman Land Use Agreement. It'll be a Superintendent Kane.
So this is a follow-on from the item in your work session last time. And just to summarize, that what you have before you is would allow staff to enter into negotiations with Lehman to negotiate a lease for land in exchange for weighting the lottery in a way that works for our capacity needs, as well as providing facility space for future programming needs for the district, specifically for future center-based programming. So as you know, there was approved on a 6-to-1 vote to put Lehman Classical Academies to approve their charter replication request. And one of the ways that the district can kind of work with the school to make sure that the school is absorbing students from an area where we are experiencing growth and need students to be absorbed from rather than an under-enrolled area, for example, is to use district land for that purpose. Also, we need capacity in the Parker area on our center-based programming. It's a great opportunity to work with a charter school to have a district-run center-based program in a charter school so that we're serving the needs of all students across our district. At the last meeting, there was a request made for us to consider getting some feedback from the special education community, and Deputy Superintendent Hyatt will talk about that for just a moment. The last thing I'll say before I hand it over to her to address that piece is that from staff's view, this is a pilot. So we're able to pilot and successfully implement it wouldn't, of course, it wouldn't open until Lehman opened, so it would be 18 months to 2 years of planning. But this is a pilot in order to see if we can have serve all kids in more of our buildings. 25% of our families do attend charter schools and would love the opportunity to be able to keep their siblings together, et cetera. So with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Hyatt.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. So yes, as a result of the last Board of Education meeting, I had the opportunity to interact with our DC-SEAC committee. I just want to thank them first because the last Board of Education meeting was just 2 weeks ago. And as soon as they heard about the opportunity to engage with staff in regards to their viewpoints, they got to it. They scheduled a few different meetings in a very short amount of time. One they called a pop-up meeting, which was on Monday, September 19th. And that was a meeting in which Superintendent Kane, myself, our two special education directors, President Peterson attended and had an opportunity to engage in conversation with them about the background around center-based programming, the why we would consider center-based programming. Much of the information we also shared at the last Board of Education meeting. We had a chance to answer questions and so forth. And then they wanted an opportunity themselves to dialogue about the information that they collected from staff. And they sent today me a communication that outlined some of their feedback as of this point. Granted, this is a very short amount of time. We did have a scheduled opportunity to connect with our principal, Dr. Edwards, last week, as well as Mr. Mosier at Lehman with our DC-SEAC co-chair and myself. But unfortunately, I was involved in a very urgent school situation, which delayed my ability to be able to participate in that meeting, and therefore I asked for us to be able to reschedule an opportunity to have that conversation so that I could be present. Many of the questions our DCCAC committee has are very much intended for district staff to be able to answer, and because of the very short amount of time, we weren't able to go in detail with some of those questions, but we all look forward, DCCAC as well, to come to the table and have further conversations with staff. I do want to point out a couple of the different things that DCCAC mentioned in communication with me. They are very supportive of inclusivity of programming and a continuum of programming approach in our charter schools. So that is definitely a favorable element in their regard. And they are very also appreciative of being at the table to have these conversations with district staff in terms of center-based programming and what that might look like in charter schools. But I also encouraged us to think beyond charter schools, because we will be in a position where we need to increase center-based programming in our district and other areas as well. And so many of the different elements of feedback they've asked staff to consider should be applicable to our neighborhood schools and new school sites that may be also in a position to host new center-based programs. The feedback that they also provided to me is that they're looking for more details in terms of an implementation plan, and that is definitely fair because we want that to be a collaborative, engaging process with the school community as well as district staff, et cetera. So, for example, the very specific type of center-based programming we haven't identified yet, because that will be based on a comprehensive analysis of our needs, the community engagement element, and so forth. So we still are in a position where we want to work around getting more details in terms of an actual implementation plan. And we are still a year and a half out from really looking at the beginning of a program starting in Lehman. So there's a lot of opportunity and time for us to be able to do that. And as I said, there are still questions that they have, but because of the time frame that we have had, it was a virtual meeting. We actually didn't have an in-person meeting. Only 8 of the 12 representatives on DCCAC were able to be at that meeting. We are looking forward to having an opportunity where Dr. Edwards and others we can actually have a tabletop conversation about what this programming looks like. We did, Superintendent Kane and I did provide a lot of answers to questions, and then there were more. And so that's what we would expect in terms of an ongoing collaboration engagement with them.
Thank you very much for that. And so what you have in front of you, again, just to summarize, is allowing staff to negotiate with Lehman regarding the long-term lease of a property, as well as providing facility space. The details on what implementation would look like, again, we have 18 months to flesh all of that out and make sure that we've planned that really well. So this is just the facility space for future programming and the lease. And then the next steps would be in October. Staff would come to you with negotiated contract as well as a negotiated lease for your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, we have a 10-minute discussion scheduled for this, and I'd just like to echo a little bit of what Superintendent Hyatt said. I know that we've had discussions about Lehman replication, we've had discussions around the program, but the narrow focus of this agenda item is around the building of 2 classrooms and 1 office to be used for CCB, and also a waiting of the lottery in exchange for lease. So with that, I will open it up to any discussion items, questions, or comments by directors. Director Hansen.
Yeah, I appreciate your explanation of kind of how to distinguish and separate the issues. I'm not sure if I can entirely do that, because to me, I'm not sure that I would be comfortable considering this land arrangement without the aspect of the special education center in this building. so my question may be a little murky, but we are considering, I mean, I think I've seen 30-year lease terms. What happens if this pilot is not successful? Where does that leave the district with opportunities, if anyone else is feeling similarly that this land deal is tied to a successful implementation of the SSN program within the school?
Lehman would be providing space for future district programming, so we could use the space for something else if we needed to in the future.
Okay.
Other directors? Director Meek?
Yes, I think I have a lot of questions. I believe I was the one at the last meeting that asked for feedback from the DC-SEAC community, knowing that the special needs classrooms were so important to this conversation. And so it sounds like a pop-up meeting happened on Monday the 19th, and I'd love to hear what you heard in that meeting, Director Peterson. And I'm also curious why Director Ray wasn't there as a liaison to that committee as well.
Yeah, I'll address that. I was asked kind of right before the meeting. I would like to state for the fact that it was during Monday Night Football, but was happy to attend. It was a pop-up meeting that, again, I did not know about till, I'm guessing, maybe an hour before. And I limited my comments based on what you just said. There was a description by one of the co-chairs that said, we're responding to the Board of Education's request. And I was very clear. I said, okay, there was a director, one director that said, I'd like to hear more, yourself. And I said, I want to be very clear, since you're not a board committee and there was no official joint 7-member board action, that this is not a timeline or an official request from the board, but that we would have, and as Deputy Hyatt explained, if you would like to provide that as a superintendent's committee, please do so. Please provide it through the superintendent and her representatives, and we'd be happy to get a brief from the staff to the board at some time. And that was pretty much, I think, the limit of my participation in the meeting, just to be there to make sure that it was differentiated, that this was not an official board tasking. And Director Ray and I corresponded on the side and said, you know, even on pop-up meetings, I would certainly try to give him a heads up in the future.
Thank you. That's helpful. And then it sounds like you did receive feedback from them today, but that wasn't shared with us, the board.
Deputy Superintendent Hyatt literally got it about an hour or two prior to the meeting. So with our schedules, needed to have time to process that feedback from the superintendent committee.
And just a quick commentary, we do have DC-SEAC and some special education updates planned for the October 11th meeting. So
Okay.
we should be getting some general presentations. They may or may not want to include some commentary around Lehman Classical during that presentation.
You read my mind, so that's helpful. That's helpful to hear. I was talking with Superintendent Kane briefly yesterday morning, and I was saying this feels kind of similar to when the purchase of the wildlife experience was being discussed. And there were a lot of questions out there. And I think, the implementation timeline was going to be like this as well, but people wanted details. They wanted details before a decision was made. And so I think it would be really helpful to think about a process where we are able to field questions before we actually make a decision. And so I'd love to hear if Superintendent Kane feels like that would be an appropriate process to consider before we do make a decision.
Director Meek, are you asking about this particular decision or in the future?
Yeah, I'm talking about before the board votes to approve the implementation plan, or the future vote, the October vote. By that point in time, is it feasible that we would be able to answer many of the questions that have come in or will come in from the special education community?
So thank you for that question. We will absolutely answer all the questions we can by the October meeting, but please understand that in any time that we're looking at center-based programming, it's going to be based on the capacity needs at the time that it's opening up, which we don't necessarily know the details about 2 years in advance. So part of that capacity challenge is just based on knowing exactly, for example, what programming specifically would be there really has to be based partially on demand and what our kids need specific to that. Now, we certainly can answer questions around who would run the program, who would make decisions about placement. Those can be answered by October 11th. The thing that will be really challenging to answer by October 11th is the exact programming, because that is a collaborative process that will have to take the entire year. Deputy Superintendent Hyatt, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, thank you. I have heard, I think twice tonight, there's been reference to it being a significant support needs program, SSM program, and I want to be clear that there has been no decision. There was a public commenter that made comment about that, and then I believe Director Hansen, you just referenced significant support needs programs, and I just want to make sure that everybody knows that there hasn't been any decisions about the type of center-based program that will be at Lehman, just that there will be 2 center-based classrooms at Lehman.
Other directors, if we can get other directors first. Director Williams.
So I mean, I too think it's important to answer all the questions regarding special needs, but I think we can do that and still authorize the district to move forward with negotiations on the land use. So that's where I stand on that. But I do think it's important to get the questions answered. But again, I feel like we can do that and still do this tonight.
Other directors before I come back to Director Meek. Director Myers.
So I would probably ask, I guess, Superintendent Donnell, Assistant Deputy, in your talking on the first meeting, on the October 19th meeting, did you get a positive that the group with the say it again,
DCCAC.
would be okay to move forward and have questions answered as this process is going forward with the types of that we're going to determine for Lehman Academy, that will be determined, which I'm assuming is going to be community, staff, input anyway?
Correct. So the conversation that we had on the Monday, September 19th meeting, I felt was very productive in terms of being able to provide additional information about how we would start a pilot program, center-based program at Lehman, that the program would be a district program, district-hired staff would be in the school. That's similar to what we shared at the last Board of Education meeting. Again, because of the limitations in time that we've had since the last board meeting and now, to be able to actually engage further based on the information that was provided in terms of how they processed further questions, what concerns they had. We had not had an opportunity to come back together until I received some communication today. And ideally, I'd love the opportunity as district staff with special education directors to be able to come back together and have further conversation based on their questions. But we didn't have a great deal of time by staff, as well as our DCCAC members, when not all of them were able to either be present for the pop-up meeting that the DCCAC called. That was not a meeting that the staff of the district called. So we were trying to be responsive to their needs and their requests as well. So it was less than ideal. And though, as I look at the questions that they have, just am really eager to have an opportunity to dialogue about those questions, because I think that we very quickly can answer a lot of questions that really are not necessarily a charter school Lehman-specific questions. While there are some, many of them are about special education processes and procedures in terms of what is required regardless of where their center-based program is, whether it's in a charter school or in a neighborhood school. I think there's an opportunity to continue to provide additional insight in the IEP process, et cetera.
So no matter what, this is going to be a process.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And as we said at the last meeting, we definitely do want to be able to continue to engage with other stakeholders as well in this development of a plan and determination. One of the things that we spoke about with DCCAC members on that Monday meeting is currently my understanding from our conversation is we don't have representatives on DCCAC that are parents of students in charter schools. And that is an opportunity, I think, for us to be able to ensure that there is also representation by our charter school families on DCCAC as well. Those that have students in our charter schools, those that have students that are in neighborhood schools that have center-based programming. I think we have we've got to be able to encourage broader-based engagement in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Superintendent Kane.
I would also like to add, yes, so Deputy Superintendent Hyatt is right. We received a list of questions, and so perhaps to Director Meek's request, staff could provide for the October 11th meeting a list, hopefully in advance, a list of all the questions that we've received to date, DCCAC or otherwise, along with our answers, so that we're as transparent as possible about what we have answers to today versus what would need to be fleshed out in the implementation. But we would be happy to provide those answers, because I agree with her. As we were looking at the questions just a few minutes before this meeting, I think we were both very eager to engage in that discussion.
And we're just, for the board, we're at 10 minutes of Q&A, so if we want to continue, we can continue as a board.
I'd like to continue since I have questions.
Go ahead, Director.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I have some land questions, and I first of all want to thank Superintendent Kane and her staff. You answered a lot of my questions in advance, but I think there's some of the answers that are worthy for our discussion tonight. So one of my first questions is around the development. What outreach have we done to talk with the developer and the residents? And I know the answer came back, well, that would be Lehman's responsibility, but I question that because we own the land. And so I'm just, what I'm concerned about is when we look at Sterling Ranch, for instance, we had really a difficult time in that subdivision because we had a charter that was prematurely negotiating with the developer to put a charter school on a developer-dedicated site instead of a neighborhood school. And we fortunately, I think, reversed that concern by really giving those residents an opportunity to weigh in on that. My concern is we're walking into a new development where we haven't talked to the residents, we haven't talked to the developers, and so I'm just wondering, has there been any outreach or response from either the developer or the residents regarding the possibility of doing this, putting a charter school where it was planned for a dedicated developer site for a neighborhood school?
Going to ask our Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Cosgrove, to come up here and give me a hand with this. This community in particular, as I understand it, doesn't have homeowners yet. So there aren't homeowners to engage with at this point. As part of the regular development process, Lehman would put their permitting and everything for their building through that process, which includes consulting with all of the landowners and homeowners in the area, to be able to get feedback and respond to that feedback. That's part of the built-in development process. Mr. Cosgrove, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, thank you for the question. As part of our routine process for any dedicated school site that's required from any developer, our planning department makes it known that the site could be used for a neighborhood, alternative, magnet, charter school, support facility for programming. And while we always target the acreage for an elementary, middle, or high school, that discussion does occur. As Superintendent said, Kane said, there are no homes. In essence, it's zero built out. The developer is aware of the process the land authorities hold, and that is for any applicant of the site and building, in this case it would be Lehman, must follow all of those processes for approvals. That includes community outreach, a formal referral process for all adjacency owners, as well as the districts or HOAs that represent that entity. And that includes traffic. It includes, Lehman would be required to respond to all the feedback in a satisfactory manner, in this case for the Board of County Commissioners.
Are we assuming, though, that only Cielo is the only catchment area for this school? Or is there a brighter, I mean, in terms of, we're saying the school would help relieve some capacity issues. Is the assumption that it's just that community that would relieve that capacity issue for us? Or is there a broader group of residents that maybe are in their homes now that would be possibly attending that school?
It would be a broader discussion. And if, for example, we look at the wait list currently by Lehman, and maybe Director of Choice Programming Gordon Mosier can answer this, there would be discussions with those residents which are in that general area. That area is built out in the surrounding areas, and we desperately need capacity. And of course, that's the staff's recommendation based on capacity because of the 4 elementary schools in Ponderosa. In 5 years, they will be at 125 to 166% capacity based on the current and future residential development. So it will encompass a larger area.
But we haven't talked to those residents in that larger area. Is that correct?
Go ahead, Superintendent Kane.
I just want to make sure that we're all talking about the same thing. So we are absolutely not talking about assigning any residents to Lehman. Every single resident, Lehman is a choice charter school. Every single resident will still have a neighborhood school that they are zoned into. When we talk about the preference in the lottery, we're only speaking about preference for those families that have purposefully put themselves on the wait list. And then if they live in a particular area, they could receive a level of preference. So we're definitely not talking about telling a family of any kind, you must go to Lehman. That is not what we're talking about. I just want to be sure we're super clear. Thank you.
Yeah, and one comment before we go to Mr. Mosher. For those that aren't following the resolution, this was a recommendation by our LRPC in addition to the larger staff. Long Range Planning Committee did recommend approval of the resolution. Go ahead, Mr. Mosher.
Just if I could, one other thing, and thank you so much for filling in all those great responses. I don't want to put too much weight in the wait list that's currently there. We're 18 months out, and that wait list will be very fluid. A lot of people don't know about the opportunity right now, right? And so as time goes on, the wait list at Lehman, I would probably say a lot of the letters of intent and names that we received in the replication application, those students, those might not be the target audience that are on the wait list when we finally open. That's a long time away.
Okay. Any other directors before I go back to Director Meek?
Yeah, I would just say as one of the liaisons for the Long Range Planning Committee meeting, I think they were not comfortable speaking to the special needs aspects. I don't know if you remember that or not. And there was an idea that perhaps we need to have representation on that committee from the DCCAC or something to help if that becomes part of the considerations. So I just wanted to make sure it's clear that my questions really are mostly around serving a community in a way that we haven't in the past with the charter schools, with the classroom. And so I just want to make sure we're not violating our policies around neglecting community opinion, around important facility issues. I mean, we have a policy that speaks to that. So my questions really revolve around wanting to listen to our community, wanting to answer questions that are out there. And I would not be comfortable giving a final approval on leasing, which it sounds like that would happen in October, without having that kind of dialogue with our community.
Other directors? Director Ray.
Just wanted to follow up and thank you, Mr. Mosher and Mr. Cosgrove, Superintendent Kane, for the responses again. And I understand we're not forming a catchment area for Lehman or saying to a catchment area, this is your neighborhood school. But we are, part of our decision is we're releasing a site of land that would be used for that purpose. And so I think that's the dilemma for me, is that typically when we look at releasing land to a charter or putting that on an inventory list, we typically go through the process that says, no, we don't see ourselves needing this land for the purpose of capacity or the purpose of forming additional catchment areas to relieve other schools of overcrowding. So I think that's where this complicates this for me, is that we're not only saying, yes, we would give this land to Lehman, but we're also saying, but we also are forfeiting the land to be used for future growth of a catchment area of that subdivision. So I think that, I just want to clarify that, because, and I don't, Mr. Mosher, I don't know if you have reaction to that? Or Superintendent Kane, sorry.
You are correct. You are certainly correct that by dedicating half of this total site, it's a 22-acre site, by dedicating 11 acres to Lehman, part of that decision and what all of you will weigh is you will be giving up the opportunity for the school district to use that site in the future for whatever need that might be. The goal from staff's perspective was if the district chooses to just approve their replication, as you all already have, and have them go find land themselves, where they find land would likely not or certainly would not necessarily be in a location that is helpful for the district. So the idea of dedicating a site is about maximizing the long-term capacity relief benefit while minimizing the short-term impact on our system. We get a say in that if we're looking at a site. We get a say in that. If we're not looking at a site, we won't get a say in either of those two things. So that's kind of even just setting the facility center-based programming capacity aside. That's really the issue from an impact standpoint. So I don't know if that helps or not. Ultimately, of course, this decision is up to each of you, and you'll have to weigh things like we will not be able to use that site for something else. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I recall back to the previous meeting's discussion, the recommendation from both, that this was both Lehman's #1 desired site and the district's #1 desired site, so that they just happen to align where both Lehman Classical, and I'm getting the head shake from Dr. Edwards back there, and I'm getting the head shake from staff as well. So thank you. We are actually at double time, so I'll go back to the board. Because we are, per our norms, we are twice the amount of time on discussion. And again, my final comment here will be, this is around the construction, per the resolution, is around the construction of 2 classrooms, office space, and waiting in exchange for the lease. Again, I want to separate that, and I, as one director, am very interested in hearing around the implementation, and I know there's a lot of questions, a lot of feedback, and a lot of engagement that will have to continue to occur over the next 18 months around the implementation to make sure we get this pilot right if we continue to go. But this, in fact, does not even make final decision. It just authorizes the district leadership, the district's administration to negotiate a lease. So even those negotiations are not final. We just are trusting our district leadership to basically take it from here. So with that, go ahead, Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, I would just like to add that October 11th is a lot closer than it feels. So there is I just want to make sure that everyone understands, our audience too, that there is a possibility that we wouldn't have successfully negotiated something on the lease side in time for October 11th, but that would be our goal, along with making sure that we have answered all the outstanding questions that we have post-DCCAC meeting and with some engagement around center-based programming. But I do want to make sure I point out that having all the lawyers negotiate may be a longer process. It's possible, but October 11th is the goal.
Okay, unless there is broad consensus to continue discussion, I would entertain a motion. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approve the resolution regarding the authorization of district's administration to negotiate a lease with Lehman Classical Academy regarding a school site as reflected in the attached resolution. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Myers,
Second.
second by Weiniger. I'll take the roll. Director Hansen.
This has been one of the harder decisions that I've wrestled with over the last several months, actually maybe even longer than that. I feel like there's a lot at stake. I feel like we're being asked in a lot of ways to do it feels like a trust fall exercise. We don't have the details of what this is going to look like, and I understand that's entirely just by the nature of what it is. It takes 2 years to build a school. We have to provide the land to do that, but it also takes a significant amount of time to create the details and that implementation plan to have a successful program. And I think that's what my struggle has been. I am going to vote yes, and I want to honestly say to Mrs. Carroll in the audience that your presentation this evening was part of what swayed me. There have been a lot of facts and a lot of the specifics that haven't had that piece of the passion, and that's what you brought tonight. And I just want to genuinely say thank you. To have a successful program, there has to be more of that. And you're the first person I've heard who has really said what an opportunity this is, not just for our center, but for every single student in that school. And I really appreciate that. I would like to just ask, with my vote, I would really like in the negotiation process to see some kind of just possibly an incentive to have a successful program. I don't know what that would exactly look like. I'd love it to be more of an incentive than a punishment, but my vote is based on the fact that there is a successful center in this school. I will be long gone by the time that this is open. I won't have the opportunity to be a part of that monitoring process, but I think that's a really important piece of the puzzle that could add value and create some trust within our community. And I also feel like it's going to be critical to provide more frequent feedback and monitoring status updates to the board because this is a pilot program and there's a lot of unknowns and uncertainty. So with that, my vote is aye.
Thank you, Director Hansen. Director Meek.
I'll be a little more brief. I think this has great potential, so I would really like to see more details so I can have a higher confidence level. And at this point in time, my vote is yes.
Director Myers.
Aye.
I am going to vote aye because we have seen nothing but a very impressive partnership from the Lehman team. And I know that they will continue to partner and that this will be a true negotiation of what is mutually beneficial ultimately for our students, not just our students with special needs, but all the students in the surrounding community. So with that, I am an aye. Director Ray.
Yeah, I would agree with Director Hansen. This is a hard one, and I actually found myself having to remove my like for the Lehman people because they, I have great regard for their leadership team. Ms. Carroll I agree, really did an admirable job at really convincing me that there is this culture that is welcoming this kind of opportunity. But here's if I remove that favoritism to the people of Lehman and really look at it from a land issue, here's the concerns I have. One is we are impeding the desired ratio of charter to neighborhood schools in this area. When we've talked many times that the desired ratio is 75% neighborhood schools, 25% charter schools, and with this addition in this region, we're at 57% neighborhood schools and 43% charter schools. So to continue impeding that desired ratio does not make sense to me. I am concerned that we don't have more feedback from area residents in the Parker area, just because I don't want to see us have another Sterling Ranch issue where people feel like they were blindsided without having an opportunity for feedback. And I'm sympathetic if we don't have residents to talk to. I'm sympathetic of that. But there's other residents that we can be speaking to in the Parker region that I feel like needed to be heard or at least informed of this. Quite honestly, we don't have a good history with leasing land as a district. We've had some legal issues, we've had some complications in the past with land leasing, and I'm not convinced that we have sorted that out in terms of how to make sure that we're not leasing land for $10 for 50-some years like we did in another parcel. So I'm concerned about that piece. I'm also concerned that putting in a new development, putting a charter school in a new development really compromises our position that I thought we had, which is that we put a district-run neighborhood school first, and then we surround with choice, such as a charter. And I believe that deciding this early on, putting in a new development, a charter school compromises that. And then I guess the final drawback I have is I feel like that we're setting this precedent that caused us to have this dry spell for 12 years where we did rely on charter schools to absorb the growth in our community, which is not a purpose of a charter school. We should not be putting charter schools in the position that they had to help us because we can't get a bond election to build new neighborhood schools. And so, when you look at the purpose of a charter school, it is to, increase learning opportunities for students with a special emphasis on expanded learning experiences for pupils who are identified as academically low achieving. That's right out of the Charter Act. Nowhere in the Charter Act does it say we should be building charters to absorb growth and help a district with their capacity. And so I fear that this is setting precedents for us to say to our community, we're going to use charters again like we did during that 12-year dry spell, and there was no motivation to put a bond election on the ballot because, if you open a charter school, you don't have to raise taxes because charters can sell their own bonds and build their own facilities and with those bonds and doesn't impact the taxpayer. So I think it really sends a negative message to our community to say, as opposed to us relying on you to support building new schools in new growth areas, we're going to use charters to accomplish that task. So for those reasons, not because it's Lehman, but for those reasons, I'm voting no.
Director Williams.
Well, I look forward to our future conversations around how we make this special education partnership work, and looking forward to those discussions. But tonight, I am an aye.
Director Weiniger.
I agree. I'm looking forward to see how this progresses. Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 6-1. We have one item that was pulled from consent, which we are now placing, which is item 16, approval to approve the waiver of deadline for superintendent to recommend potential changes to board policy ADB. The recommendation associated with that item is that the Board of Education confirm the waiver of the deadline for the superintendent to recommend potential changes to board policy ADB and related implementation as set by board resolution dated January 25th, 2022. Kind of like the Lehman discussion, this is a pretty narrow item. This is about confirming the waiver. I think we talked about this at the last 3 meetings, certainly the last 2. This is not a rehash of the resolution in large. This is not a discussion of policy ADB and should it be revised or not revised and what's going to happen. This is simply an agenda item to kind of put the dot at the end of the period to ensure that we as the board have actually taken action to provide a waiver for the deadline that was specified in that resolution. And with that, I will open it up to board comments and discussion. Director Wright, go ahead.
I'm trying to think how to, would you prefer, I'm trying to think about what's appropriate, Director Peterson, do we want to put a motion on the table and then have discussion, or would you prefer discussion prior to a motion on the table?
We could take a motion. There was no attachment with this item. So the motion, I believe, would be to confirm the waiver of the deadline to remove the September 1st to, again, to close that out. Superintendent Kane, did you have any comments on that? You looked like you were queuing.
Oh, no, I do not have any additional comments. The staff looked for a way to meet everyone's criteria from our last meeting of not doing the waiving the deadline with a resolution, but rather just confirming what you already did based on the minutes. Did I get that about right? Thank you.
Correct, because we did not have any action items at the last meeting. So there were no votes or decisions made. Okay, so, go ahead, Director Ray.
So I'd like to make a motion and then have us discuss it, because I think the motion I'd like to present more accurately describes where we were after the work session. So this will be my motion. I would move that the culture of individual excellence and inclusion resolution be amended to replace the first statement under the now therefore be it resolved with the following. The Board of Education directs the superintendent to produce a monitoring report in collaboration with the Equity Advisory Council regarding the implementation of policy ADB, educational equity. The monitoring report would include the standard elements, interpretation, operational definition, explanation of implementation, and analysis of metrics and data. And this is flexible, but presentation of this report is to be included in the proposed monitoring report scheduled for the board meeting on May 23rd when we talk about safe, positive culture and climate. And I just picked that date because that feels like educational equity fits within that topic that's already scheduled for us to have a discussion about. So that's the motion I would put on the table.
I apologize for the redundancy, but I'm a person that just has to see things. Would you please reread that for me? Now that I have the actual resolution pulled up, I think I can help. I think it will help me to figure out what we're looking at.
Thank you, I apologize. So I move that the culture of individual excellence and inclusion resolution, be amended to replace the first statement under the now therefore be it resolved. And that's the statement that I believe is causing great confusion, because it says, that the superintendent is charged to bring back potential changes. And I don't think that's what we're after. I think we're after implementation, not wordsmithing a policy, but I'm sorry, I'm not repeating my motion. And the motion goes on to say, the Board of Education directs the superintendent to produce a monitoring report in collaboration with the Equity Advisory Council regarding the implementation of policy ADB, educational equity. The monitoring report would have the standard elements, interpretation, operational definition, explanation of implementation, and analysis of metrics and data. And then presentation of this report is to be included as on the proposed monitoring report schedule for the board on May 23rd with the theme of safe, positive culture and climate.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Second.
Motion by Ray as read, second by Meek, and now we can have discussion because we have something a little bit more tangible. Go ahead, Director Meek.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I had planned to pull this item from the consent agenda. I had sent you an email about it last night. And the reason was because I just feel there's a lack of clarity on the status of both the culture of individual excellence and inclusion resolution and the board policy ADB educational equity. And I just think clarity is essential if we are to address conflict and alleviate any fears or unfounded fears and identify valid concerns. I'm concerned that if we pass this item with no board discussion, that the 7 of us would walk away with different ideas in our head as to what we just agreed to, and the superintendent would not have clarity either. And I think that would have led to more frustration and conflict in our community. I encourage our board to amend the resolution and strike item 1. I'll use your language, but I'm fine with that. Without taking this action, there would be much confusion around the proposed statement to be struck, which was item 1. And again, it would lead to further conflict. To explain why I feel this is an appropriate action for this board at this point in time, I need to share a little bit of history with the fact that a year ago, like many school boards across the country, our board was experiencing contentious school board meetings with some parents and community members expressing concerns that CRT education was being taught in our classrooms and that students were being harmed. There was a national narrative underway at that time, and our schools were caught up in this movement. 4 of my colleagues here were elected and campaigned to take action in this area. So once elected and before being sworn in, our new board members held a private retreat that included a community member who's also a representative from the organization FAIR. And in that capacity, he provided a binder.
Can I interrupt? Before, you're intending to provide a history, but now we're editorializing on the resolution and things, if you can stick to.
So
thank you.
I'll get to it. So I bring up this private retreat just because 3 of us on the board today and the public were not able to attend or listen to the dialogue, and that directly fed into the resolution. So this resolution, I'll skip ahead. This topic and the rhetoric surrounding it, it really deeply divided our community, and it raised fears that students are being hurt. In the midst of a global pandemic where families in our community were fearful for their health, safety, and livelihoods, this national narrative just further caused harm. So fast forward to today, it's been nearly a year since these concerns were raised. The educational equity policy remains fully intact and in force within our schools, and not one word of the policy has been changed or even recommended to be changed. So I ask my colleagues, if you truly believe students are being harmed through this policy, why would you refuse to take real action? Why would you refuse to ask for a monitoring report that would demonstrate in an accountable way whether there is a true need to change language? And why would you refuse to ask for metrics to demonstrate the state of the district when it comes to providing all students a safe and inclusive environment? Our students deserve nothing less than this type of action. This resolution needs to be amended to address the current situation and to provide the clarity that our students, staff, and community deserve.
Okay, other director comments, questions? Director Williams.
So as far as I'm aware, generally speaking, there aren't monitoring reports for policies. It's around our ends and not around specific policies. So to me, this resolution is tasking the superintendent to come back to the board with some clarity around the policy. And that is what I personally am looking for. And so while I agree with a lot of the things you said in your amendment, I do not agree with the monitoring report aspect.
Other directors? Director Weiniger, then Director Ray.
When this resolution was drafted, we had a different superintendent that I felt wasn't taking action, and that's a big reason why I was a proponent of it. Since then, a lot has happened and changed, and that's why I'm okay with this date being waived, and the superintendent has presented a plan on her interpretation of this resolution, and I think that's a great plan. So I don't agree with changing the current resolution or doing anything with it. I agree with just simply waiving the deadline, and I'm seeing what comes of her plan. I think it's a great plan.
And Director Ray, then Director Myers.
Yeah, so the motion on the table is to request a monitoring report. So it's not, Director Williams, not necessarily that policies don't get monitoring reports. We have the ability to ask our superintendent to monitor whatever we feel there is a need to monitor. So I would just, not alleviate, but just, respond with your concerns. I think the rationale behind the motion I made, this is what it does. First of all, it takes the focus off of being a wordsmithing activity on a policy that's, as Director Mika said, is already intact. Superintendent Kane even made the statement that the work of equity happens every day in our district as we constantly strive to meet the needs of every child. And this policy just captured that commitment. It didn't enact a new program. It didn't put in a new curriculum. It simply captured that foundational commitment that says we are making sure that all our learners' needs are being met. The current wording and directive in the resolution has created confusion in people thinking that equity is on hold right now, or that until we can get these recommended changes, that the policy is not intact. And I don't think that's the intent of any of us behind the dais. My understanding is that the intent is to monitor, measure, and evaluate the evidence that Superintendent Kane states is that equity is happening every day in our district as we constantly strive to meet the needs of every child. So I think we're getting what we want, and that is an understanding of how is that implemented, and do we need to make adjustments based on what is discovered as we're working through this process. So I would just say that it's not trying to circumvent the resolution, because the resolution is still intact. It still has those statements that some of us felt strongly needed to be said. It only just clarifies the task. And I think, quite honestly, we've left our Equity Advisory Council in limbo because they're confused, in terms of what is their task when we originally said, here's your task is to help monitor the implementation of this policy. So I think it just takes the confusion out, it gets specific, and it meets the needs of what all of you are wondering, and that is, how does this look when it impacts the child?
Okay, Director Myers, you were next.
One of the things that I gathered from the last conversation regarding all of the talk of the equity policy and Director Meek, I'm in understanding what was happening in nationwide and what was going on, which was, of course, one of the reasons that we came out. And I think at one time I did actually state that there were some proponents of this equity policy that I believe have CRT tenets to it. And so I was comfortable with Superintendent Kane and us reaching out now more to the community, having some, I don't know if they're forums or if we have one-on-one meetings with our community, but I would like to see a more diverse involvement within the community. And I know there were 1,000 stakeholders. I know it was hours and time of putting this ADB policy together. It was a little different game, I think, when we came on board. And so in clarifying this policy, I just think it's important that we go ahead and waive, and I would not agree with the amendment to the resolution. I just want to go forward and waive so that Superintendent Kane, and I thought we talked about monitoring reports in March. I thought, okay.
Superintendent Kane, if you'd like to address the monitoring report
Sure,
discussion.
Just a couple of quick comments. So the Equity Advisory Council selected their own area of focus back in January, Mr. Reynolds? Back in January for their next 18 months, and that area of focus was in hiring practices and HR, and they have been working through that area of focus. So I do want to be clear that the Superintendent Committee, the EAC, is not languishing. They are working on the area of focus that they themselves selected from a number of choices that they made back in January. So my question for your consideration around monitoring would be if there were metrics around this incorporated into an existing monitoring report rather than a separate monitoring report would be one question. And the second would be, would the metric be around the specific focus area that the EAC has chosen for themselves for whatever time period? So those are just two things for consideration. Mr. Reynolds, I don't know if you want to add to that at all, or Ms. Hyatt.
Yes, I just want to also recognize that the EAC has their own bylaws that outline, and this is in alignment with the policy ADB, what their roles and responsibilities are, which is where they determined the priority of looking at specifically recruitment and retention. Right now, that's their focus. So that is what they have been involved in. They did go through, as Superintendent Kane said, an exercise to determine that that was the priority they wanted to engage further in. So in consideration of additional monitoring of the equity policy, we'd want to be very thoughtful about how the Equity Advisory Council had prioritized their work and what data would be reflective of that moving forward.
One of you kind of just stole my commentary, which is I think we can include elements of this policy throughout our monitoring reports which support other goals. I'll just read sub-bullet C from our first goal, which is academic excellence. Every student has equitable opportunity to acquire knowledge and skills that will ensure performance at his or her highest individual potential. Relative to the charter that the EAC picked for themselves, outstanding educators, certainly hiring and equitable practices go into there. Everything to do with N number 3, which is our safe, positive culture and climate. There is ample opportunity, in my opinion, as one director, to weave elements of equity monitoring and assessment linked not necessarily to specifically policy ADB as a standalone policy, but to the themes in that policy that are reflected in our goals. So frankly, that would be an expectation of mine as one director, that we would see those individual supporting elements underneath the goals and included in monitoring reports. Director Meek, go ahead.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I do think there are elements of equity that fall within all of the various monitoring reports, but it is our job also to monitor policy. And that's why we had the crosswalk with the executive limitations to the ends, because those weren't mapped out. And so you can kind of see how they all fit together. I think we've heard from members of the Equity Advisory Committee. They've written emails and have encouraged us to look at metrics. And I think that committee would be very excited to work with the superintendent and team to identify what the appropriate metrics would be. And I think they would very much appreciate having that opportunity.
Yeah, and to follow up on that, I agree with everything that Director Meek just said. And one of the things I heard briefed at the last meeting was part of that engagement would be an attempt to develop an affirmative list of outcomes, which may be more suitable metric-wise. I know Director Meek talks about, well, there's wing flaps and then there's measurements. There could be some things that could be incorporated in monitoring reports they could bring. And then also what I'm interested in, which I think is a great source of fear for our community around equity, is the things that people don't want to have happen. And if those are enumerated and those could also be included in monitoring reports, we would consider presence of any of these negatives to be a undesirable aspect of equity. I think that's exactly what we're looking for. So thank you, Director Meek, and I agree with that suggestion. Director Ray.
So I don't think the motion on the table usurps the focus that EAC has chosen. I think it fits very nicely into monitoring an educational equity policy. I mean, if we're looking at HR and if that's, our hiring practices, I think that definitely fits within that. So in terms of responding to Superintendent Kane, in terms of this monitoring report that would be requested of this policy, I would really rely on you to identify the metrics. I mean, I think that you have a vision when you say equity happens every day already. You already have a vision of some of those metrics that you would use to demonstrate evidence of that happening. So again, I think the motion that's on the table simply clarifies the work that the superintendent is to do and with her staff, and I don't think it usurps the Educational Advisory Council's work, nor do I think that it takes away from the spirit of the resolution in terms of getting clarity of what is good implementation and what is implementation that maybe we want to correct.
Director Meek.
Yeah, all that I would add is I think this proposed amendment just gives more teeth to the resolution that exists. You are asking the superintendent to come back to you and tell you what is happening today in our classrooms. What is the state of the district in this area? By keeping it the way it is, you're just kicking the can down the road and not taking action. And there is an existing policy in place that deserves to be monitored today so that we can actually understand what is happening.
Thank you, Director Meek. Any other directors? Okay, we have a motion on the table as stated by Director Ray. I won't read the specifics, but basically to amend the first statement under the current resolution to include a monitoring report as directed from the Board of Education to the superintendent, previously stated by Ray, seconded by Meek. If there's no further discussion, I'll call the roll. Director Hansen.
I just want to highlight in my vote that resolutions are the least effective method of governing. There's a reason it's been on our agenda. I think this might be the 5th plus time that we've talked about it. We as a board don't have clarity. Our staff, I'm not sure, have clarity. Our community certainly doesn't have clarity. The resolution process is just clunky. It doesn't work. Director Ray's amendment, I think, brings us closer to what the true process should have looked like. Is there's a policy. All of the concerns that you have, we could have just requested a monitoring report and had those specific things addressed. We could have drafted that monitoring report together. We are where we are. I think that Director Ray's motion brings us closer to a cleaner, more simplified process, and so I will vote to support that. Aye.
Okay, aye from Director Hansen. Director Meek.
Aye.
Director Myers.
I really feel like the resolution that we already have, the Board of Education directs the superintendent to recommend potential changes to board policy ADB. I'm going to stand in support of that and vote no.
No for Myers. I am also going to vote no because I believe without having to further direct and modify the resolution, what I am expecting is what I stated previously. I'm expecting aspects to be incorporated in monitoring reports throughout that are tied to our other goals. So I will be voting no. Director Ray.
Aye.
Director Ray, aye. Williams.
I actually don't think our current resolution, I don't think this is kicking the can down the road. I believe that Superintendent Kane said that she would come back in March. And so I am also a no.
Director Weiniger.
No.
Motion is defeated by a vote of 4-3, and I will entertain any other motions around the original recommendation.
Motion to approve the waiver of deadline for superintendent to recommend potential changes to board policy ADB.
Second.
We have a motion to confirm the waiver of the deadline to the superintendent to recommend potential changes to policy ADB made by Weiniger and second by Myers. Discussion. If there's no discussion, I'll take the roll. Director Hansen.
Right or wrong, we are where we are, and if Superintendent Kane needs more time, I can agree to that. Aye.
Director Meek.
No.
Director Myers.
Aye.
Director Peterson, aye. Director Ray.
No.
Director Williams.
Aye.
Director Weiniger.
Aye.
Motion is passed by a vote of 5-2. Before we move into policy resolutions, we will take a 10-minute break till 5 after. Come back into order, and we are on the policy revision section. We will now take up item number 22, consider proposed revisions to board policy BG. The recommendation here is very vague, that the board discuss and decide if they want to take action on the proposed changes. So with that, I will open it up to any comments, questions. I guess I will start with Director Ray, who brought this forward.
Thank you, Director Peterson. Thank you for putting this on the agenda too. I'm going to probably read a lot because of the hour, but I'm going to try to be more concise by reading some things. So I want to talk about kind of the rationale behind why I was proposing this be put on the agenda. So when we had our MBEC presentation, I think it was back in March or April. That was really the first time we really heard that there was really a narrow pathway to getting the MLO and the bond passed, and that it was dependent on whether the board could regain some trust. From that point, I have really looked for, as I shared a couple meetings ago, that low-hanging fruit that we could look at that would help gain this trust from those that are in that. I think it was like that 18% group that our MBEC said if we could move the needle with that group, we would have more success in terms of passing this bond and MLO. I know Director Meek and I tried to pass a motion to survey our community further, and it didn't move forward. So what I felt compelled to still do is really ask those questions about those people that are saying things like, I can't support because of the past actions of the board, which truly saddens me because as it has been said many times, not passing this bond and MLO is devastating for our students and staff, and the benefits will far outlast any of us on the dais. We then heard fears. We heard fears from some community members about, they're going to arm teachers, they're going to enact vouchers to private schools, they're going to ban books, they're going to defund neighborhood schools. And even though I can respond, I feel like pretty genuinely, and say that I've never heard any of us advocate for those kind of issues on the dais, it didn't diminish the fear. And so when I start talking to people about what actions can this board take that will help them overcome their fear and perceptions and in turn become supportive of what we're trying to do, the response I hear is to see the board taking action to find common ground in decision making. So that's what motivated me then to go back through our policies to see what we could do to show meaningful action as opposed to just words, which led me to this policy BG, which talks about the process for how we approve policies, how we adopt them, how we repeal them, how we revise them. We already have on our books, as you know, a policy that talks about the voting method that we take. And I want to read it because I think it's important for a community who maybe is still listening to understand that the 2/3 majority is already part of our practice. To pass any motion, it must be approved by a majority of members present, except as state law or policies of this board may require a majority of full membership or a 2/3 majority. So that's already in our practice. And as a matter of fact, we do 2/3 majority votes for things like executive session, to limit debate on the dais, to suspend the use of policy governance requires a 2/3 majority. So it's already part of our practice. So I believe that creating policy and revising policy is just as significant as when we decide to go into executive session. It's just as significant as when we decide to end debate on the dais. And I want to be real clear for some of our public commenters, this revision does not prohibit us from still using a simple majority for most of the decisions that we make tonight. I mean, the decisions we make tonight, for instance, were not policy revisions. They were actions that a simple majority can still pass, and this revision would still honor that. And so resolutions, like Director Hansen talked about, resolutions that direct the superintendent regarding operational matters, for instance, can still be passed with a simple majority. These revisions doesn't change that. Motions to hire and fire a superintendent still can be passed with a simple majority. Motions to approve and renew charter school contracts still can be passed with a simple majority. The school calendar, as we did tonight, still passes with a simple majority. So really, the majority of the work that we have done since we've been a newly constituted board, still that wouldn't impact those decisions that we've made using a simple majority with these revisions. But when it comes to policy decisions, many of which have been on the books for decades, and a large majority of those policies are replicated in all our school districts, this is when a 2/3 majority, in my opinion, is needed. There's a higher stake with these policies because many of them are a result of legal requirements and or state statutes. And policies just have a higher stake because they typically transcend many years beyond any given Board of Education. I think what really captured my attention as I was exploring what we could do to really convince our entire community that we are really going to delve deeply and work together is this statement from the National Association of Superintendents. And this is a statement that was made that says, split boards that vote in blocks, narrowly approving superintendent recommendations month after month, keep a district in turmoil. This kind of voting undermines the superintendent's authority, erodes public confidence in the district, and makes long-range planning almost impossible. So as I said at the beginning, the goal of these revisions is not to remove simple majority votes. If that were my goal, I would have come to you with a proposed revision that says all decisions that we make have to have a 2/3 majority, and that is not what I'm saying. Here's what this will do, I believe. Number one, it's an opportunity to gain more support that we desperately need to pass the MLO bond. MBEC presented the narrow pathway that if we could move the needle of trust, we will result in success. It sets a higher standard for collaboration and finding common ground for higher stake actions that have a lasting impact on the system and our students. And this standard is not only set for us, this board, but also for future boards to come. It becomes a symbolic action that diminishes this whole partisan decision-making and emphasizes the power of democracy when diverse opinions are heard and actions are a result of reflecting the diverse perspectives that we have here. And then I think finally it demonstrates a commitment to what we said we would do several months ago, to do everything possible to accelerate restoring the trust of our community by holding us accountable to find common ground and to promote stability in our system for the sake of the learners. So that's just the background, the process that I went through, and that's why I proposed these revisions. So at that, I'll stop, and if there's questions or if there's a motion that we need to move forward to move on to discussion.
Director Weiniger.
Just my thoughts on it. I really do appreciate you trying to find ways for us to build trust. However, I don't know if I agree that this is it. As we could see, there's a lot of people who disagree with it in our community, and I think it actually caused more division rather than trust. To me, what I think will help build trust is when we were being respectful among each other, even when we disagreed, and coming together on this MLO and bond, I think really helped. So that's where I think we can do the most building and having our community just back us up more, is seeing that we do have discussions and we can be kind to each other when we disagree and we don't have to get ugly. So yeah, I appreciate it. I think it's good that you're looking for ways. Just my view on it is I don't think this is the way to do that.
Other directors, Director Myers.
Well, now that Director Ray explained exactly what he meant, which was I did read through this, and I did a little bit of research, and actually, per Robert's rules, the basic requirement for approval of an action is a majority vote. I actually talked to a representative from CASB and CDE who verified that school boards across Colorado vote a simple majority, 2/3 go into an executive decision. With over 100 emails that came in to the district, which I answered every one, it was a 3-1 that our people absolutely did not want a policy change to BG. And they were fearful of a possible power grab. And that's exactly what was reiterated over and over in their emails. And the ones that, I do know there were a couple that wanted us to, there was the other percent that wanted Director Ray's proposal. Maybe 3 of them, I don't want to call it a threat that they wouldn't, if we didn't pass his proposal, they wouldn't support the MLO bond. But one of the things, and I want to remind the board members, we did adopt norms. And so I would question that Director Ray did this from the dais during director reports. Because all of us know, I thought, and I even knew this, that if we want an item on the agenda, we present it to President Peterson or you attend agenda planning. And what I would like to see at the end of the night under director reports is more of a positive outlook to the community and not a surprise, let's put something on the agenda. So with that, I'm going to want board file BG to stay the same.
Other directors, comments, discussion? Director Williams.
I'll keep it short. Thank you for your explanation. It helped me understand because I left a little bit surprised a couple weeks ago. Unfortunately, I think that this did more harm than good, as evident from public comment and from all of the emails that we received. I think that it further divided us, and that saddens me because I think that we've really tried as a board to come together the best we can around items that we can. And while I respect what your intentions were, I don't think that this is ever been the practice of this board, of future boards, of prior boards, and nor do I think that it's necessary.
Director Meek.
So I appreciate this conversation. It's really helpful. I think it has been an opportunity for us to talk a little bit about what policy is. And I think there was some confusion with some of the individuals writing in, thinking that all decisions would become a 2/3. And having Director Ray explain, that this is policy, it's really helpful because policy is the voice of the board, and it's the voice of the board when we're not sitting here. It's what gives direction to our staff, to our communities. It provides a framework for stability and continuity and accountability. And I think that's what I'm hearing Director Ray say his intent was to try to create a change that would help it reassure the community that this would be a positive step forward. And another question or concern I heard around power grab, which is kind of interesting because if this change happened, the 3 minority individuals would have to convince 2 people as opposed to 1 additional person versus the 4 convincing 1 person. I mean, I think it limits the power on everyone. It makes it harder for everyone to make changes happen. And so I think the intent was to make a change that would help reinforce stability for a community when they're feeling divided and fearful for their future. I don't think I've heard us speak about changing any other policies, or there's a plan to change any other policies. With this change, it really would just make it more difficult to make changes to the current policy without us working together. And so I think, what I would see, it's much less about power and much more requiring relationships to make change happen. And so that's the way I took it. And it's really interesting perspective because different people look at it very different ways. And I just wanted to share my perspective with that. And President Peterson, I appreciated you starting public comment, reminding everyone that we have been working hard to be respectful, because I do think it's our jobs as board members to bring forward ideas. And it's our jobs to deliberate those ideas. And feeling like you're going to get attacked for bringing an idea forward is pretty ugly. And I think it's our job to bring forward ideas, for us to have these conversations and to keep it from becoming personal attacks. And so I've seen emails today going back to personal attacks, and not just on one board member, on multiple board members. And so I would just like to remind the community, we're here, we took an oath, and we're doing our best to try to come up with ideas and ways to move this district forward. And I think all of us have the best interests of students. And so anyway, I just wanted to share my perspective. I looked at this policy change as being one that would actually move things away from power and move things more towards relationships. And it actually would take more power away from my perspective, in that I would have to influence multiple people to join my view.
Director, we're at the end of the allotted time, but I'll give Director Hansen an opportunity to comment if you'd like to, since you haven't.
Yeah, I would. Thank you. So when we were discussing the equity policy resolution previously, I very specifically tried to highlight the process, how the process has been complicated through the use of resolutions. And I know it's late, and I know talking about governance models, and it makes everybody's eyes glaze over, but I think this is a really important point. Just a concern that I can't move past with Director Ray's proposal. We most effectively govern as a board. We do the best job when we are operating in the sphere of policy governance. And Policy BG has very clear and specific backstops built in. There are multiple readings. We have established feedback loops. And then we have a true accountability process, and we have something substantive to monitor. I feel like when we look at resolutions, it's a backdoor option. We essentially can put a resolution on our agenda, just like happened this evening. The public wouldn't have even had a chance to weigh in on that resolution. Best case scenario, resolutions are posted on Friday evening before a Tuesday night meeting. When we govern through resolutions, we essentially shut out the public voice, and it creates a really ineffective system that has essentially no accountability in addition to no community voice. What concerns me with this is that if we create a higher threshold to pass policy and require a 2/3 vote, is that incentivizing the use of resolution governance? And that concern is so significant with me, I don't think I can get to a point where I support the change in the voting structure for policies specifically. So I'm happy to, if you have any thoughts on that, Director Ray, I'm happy to have a conversation, but that's a significant hurdle that I can't move past at this point.
Okay, and I'll be very quick. One of our norms is assume positive intent, and I do appreciate Director Ray looking for ways to generate trust. And in my conversations with people that have spoken out against this change, they expressed almost to a T that this would actually erode trust from those people, in myself or the fact that they have a different board than they did previously. 2/3, as Director Ray cited, is absolutely required by Roberts, but remember, 2/3 is going to executive session where no decisions can be made. 2/3 is just to call the question, but when the question is called, it's back to a majority vote. Even in the U.S. Senate, where we have filibusters and 60 votes required to end debate and things like that, when the question is actually taken to the floor, it is still a majority vote. So that's what I'm hoping to honor. I agree with Director Hansen's comments. It almost it's a waterbed model, right? If you raise the bar over here, it almost incentivizes people to go and use resolutions, maybe as a substitute to circumvent the policy bar. But I also really agree with the other directors here. I think the norms were an incredible step toward building trust, exercising respect. Just the fact that we can have this discussion around these norms and have a very respectful, open discussion around it, I think that's how we build trust. And it doesn't eliminate the requirement or the expectation, I think, from all members of this board to try to compel other members of the board to align to their views. Although I think the standard is should be remain a majority. So that's the end of my comments. We are at the end of our time for this discussion, so unless there's a vast agreement to continue this conversation, we do not yet have a motion.
Can I respond to some of the questions that were raised?
Sure. Go ahead, Director Ray.
So I think there were some questions raised for me. One is, would this incentivize more resolutions? Here's the irony of this. Since we've been aboard, we've only approved 3 policy revisions. Everything else is, so we approved the JLCC policy, we approved the electronic participation policy, and we approved the amendment to our governance policy to include MBEC as an ad hoc committee. So everything else is, so I don't know that we have taken care of the issue of resolutions by a simple majority, neither. I think we are overusing resolutions. But the irony of that is the policies that we approved 7-0. And I applaud us for that, because I think that really shows that we get the magnitude of when we are doing policy changes, how important it is for us to have as many of us as possible supporting it, just like we did with the MLO and bond. But of those 3 policy changes, it was a 7-0 unanimous vote. So it captures our current practice, it gains some support. I also want to caution us with the email. I know that Director Myers has a great burden with that when that happens, but we all know how that happens. There's these groups that generate and call to action, and most of the 80 emails were cut and paste. That we're just trying to show, that we're going to mimic because we have this action out there that says that something's happening that we don't support. And so I think we have to be careful that we don't use that as a data point, that we need to have this kind of discussion to be thoughtful about it. Consider the things that are being said, but I think we need to be careful that we don't come out and say, well, it's a 3-1 support, and therefore we should vote no. And I guess the other thing, I agree with Director Weiniger. I think we've made great gains with being respectful to each other. I think we've done that well. But the reality is we still have a significant number of community members who do not trust us as a board. And I just think this is an opportunity for us to take some action to show, no, we're gonna put this, like Director Meek said, we're gonna make it more difficult for us so that we turn inward as opposed to just going down and doing partisan type voting. So I understand the concern that maybe it erodes trust from some of the members we heard tonight, but I didn't hear any of these members say, I can't support a bond and MLO if you do this. What I heard them say is it's a power grab. And to me, that just illustrates the problem. And this is going to continue to be the problem as we look at other policy changes. We're going to get the campaign of emails, and the turmoil just will continue until we do something that really causes us to collaborate inward, as opposed to just always kind of going down partisan lines. So with that said, I will put a motion out to approve the recommended revisions to Board Policy BG.
We have a motion by Director Ray to approve the revisions as listed in the attachment. Is there a second? Okay, if we do not have a second, I'll consider the matter closed. We have one more item under policy review, and that is item number 23, which is to consider proposed revisions to policy JCA JFB. Same recommendation, basically for a discussion. And I will start with Director Ray, who also submitted this recommended policy change.
So again, I'll just capture briefly the motivation behind this recommended revision. First of all, it's to memorialize the decisions that previous boards and district leadership have already made regarding vouchers specifically. And again, it's to reassure our community that we will be good stewards of the funds provided our district by only investing in public schools and public education choice options. Again, the sense of urgency for me, again, was to look at ways that we can gain trust, because certainly there's a message out there that, again, that this board is going to all of a sudden enact vouchers with public education dollars. I also think this supports Superintendent Kane, who has clearly stated on a number of occasions that vouchers are not something that she supports, believing that it makes no sense to incentivize students to leave our district when the public choice options in this district are second to none. And it's certainly been my sense that all of us on the dais concur with that. As suggested by you, Director Peterson, I did add in the revision the phrase that shows that we have complete respect for parents who choose different options than public education, while at the same time reiterating that the district's priority is to invest in public education options. And so that's the reason that I've inserted the word public in a couple of places for the revisions, just to clarify that district funds support choice and enrollment options that are public education choices, such as charter schools, magnet schools, online schools, alternative schools, and neighborhood schools. So that's just a little bit of the rationale behind kind of shoring up this policy, so we can really put the rest, every 2 years that this comes up, are you going to do vouchers? And I don't think there was anything on our, any of our agendas or priorities to say that that's something that we are interested in doing. So with that, I'll again pause and open up questions or discussion.
Director Myers?
I'm going to, at this time, encourage that the policy JCA, JGB remain worded as is, right? JFB. Oh. JFB. Okay, sorry, I wrote it down wrong. I had already stated from a previous board meeting that I am not supporting vouchers. And while I agree with Director Ray, nothing ever came up from the dais, and we just heard it through some emails and in conversation. I'm not going to change a policy for people speculating or insinuating something that I have never supported at this time. So I'm going to ask that the policy remain the same.
Other directors? Director Hansen.
I actually think there's value in adding the word public to our policy. I do have concerns about the paragraph that was added that begins with options for public school choice. Typically, when you start to define things and then later carve out things, you just are creating potential for problems. For example, neighborhood schools are not listed in public school choice, and I just think when we start trying to include everything, there's a significant potential that you're going to forget something. And then I'm not sure that private schooling even needs to be addressed. And homeschooling being mentioned is also a little bit, I think it creates a significant gray area, because as a public school district, we have homeschool We have homeschooling programs within some of our charters. We have, in the Cloverleaf program, we have multiple homeschool options. And by including this with that carve out, I just think that it significantly complicates the policy. So I don't mind adding public in to clarify. But I do think that the entire paragraph beginning with options should be struck, just because it's complicating and confusing the policy.
Yeah, I'd like to add on to that. I agree with Director Hansen, because once we start making lists that are closed, we probably leave some things out. And I actually think that the paragraph's inaccurate. We had a whole conga line of parents that come in from the Gem Center earlier this year discussing concerns over their education. If you stick to this exact letter of the law, we would have basically by policy, we would say that no funds will be provided for certain severe special needs students whose capabilities or requirements we cannot handle in the district. So that was left out. Director Hansen also mentioned Cloverleaf. Our Cloverleaf program for home education enrichment is not just Cloverleaf. We have other schools. Lehman Classical, who was here earlier tonight, provides a homeschool enrichment option, as does Platte River, as does Academy Charter. So there are funds that are being used to benefit homeschool families directly that are being funded by the district. So again, I think we have to be very careful with closed lists because we do not want to have a board policy which then winds up in contradiction to actual current ongoing practices. And I'd hate to take those letters from those parents and emails to say, does this mean is there going to be a cancellation? Are you no longer supporting this? So just in summary, I think I have the same concerns with the additional paragraph that Director Hansen has. Relative to the insertion of public, well, I understand that is the Board of Education. We deal with public education for Douglas County School District. I, as one director, actually support choice across the board, whether our community chooses one of our fine public school options, be it a neighborhood school or a district authorized charter. If they choose a private school, whatever that private school may be, or the homeschool option. I think our goal, or my belief is our job as directors, is to ensure that that Douglas County option is as valuable, as competitive, and frankly earn the choices. I'd love to see everyone choose our choice because it is so far above and superior to all other options out there. But I see that that's what our role is as a board, is to ensure that our choices that are available are absolutely the best choices possible. However, I don't feel comfortable in validating the other choices by people in our community. So along with Director Myers, I'm actually happy keeping it as it is. Other directors. Director Weiniger.
Yeah, I don't see a need to include this. I think how School Finance Act in Colorado works, this wouldn't, we saw that vouchers failed in Douglas County under how the state funding works. So I just don't see this as necessary, and it'll just probably cause more upheaval and misunderstanding and division, and I'd rather not have that, and I just don't see that it's necessary to define or get to the goal that Director Ray wanted.
Any other directors before we take motions? Okay, do we have any motions?
I will make a motion based on the discussion. I really appreciate the discussion, and there were some things certainly that that I learned through our discussion. So I would motion, though, that I think that the word public is still an important, there's 2 times that we've mentioned public, because I think, while I understand Director Peterson, we don't want to be dismissive of people's choice. This is a policy for the district. It's not a position statement in terms of, what we value. It's really just saying, within our district, we believe in public school choice options. And so I would make a motion that we accept the revisions of the 2 inserts of the word public, delete the paragraph that talks about the closed list of options. That would be my motion.
Okay, motion by Director Ray to accept the revision to only include the insertion of the words public where it appears twice in the first paragraph and to strike the other added paragraph. Do we have a second?
Second?
Second by Hanson. Any other further discussion? Okay, we will take a, go ahead, Director Williams.
I still don't think this addresses the cloverleaf aspect of homeschooling. So that's my.
So just so that it's on the microphone, the paragraph that references homeschooling will be struck, and Cloverleaf is a public school within the DCSD umbrella.
Any other discussion or comments? Okay, the motion is, as stated by Director Ray, striking the added paragraph, but just adding the two references to public in the first paragraph of policy JCA JFB. I will now take the roll. Director Hanson.
Aye.
Director Meek.
Aye.
Director Myers.
No.
Peterson, no. Director Ray.
Aye.
Director Williams.
No.
Director Weiniger.
I don't disagree with it. I just don't see the necessity of it, so I'm a no.
And the motion is defeated by a vote of 4-3. Do we have any other motions regarding this item? Okay, if not, we will move on to the next item, which is Board of Education reports. Board of Education regular meeting is scheduled for 11 October. Just as a notice, due to the fall break, which will occur from 17 to 21 October, we only have one scheduled meeting in October, and we will have two moved earlier in November prior to the Thanksgiving break. During that meeting, we hope to discuss N number 2, outstanding educators. And as mentioned earlier, we will have updates from the DCCAC, which is the Douglas County Special Education Advisory Committee, and updates on our education for our students with special needs. The agenda planning for the 11 October meeting will occur on the 29th of September, 2 days from now at 10:30 a.m. A reminder, because we can still advocate for it, please vote yes on propositions 5A and 5B, 5A being the MLO, 5B being the bond. And if everybody looks at the recent superintendent updates, we have a large number of town councils, mayors, and other folks and different groups that are coming out with support. We're also starting to gather a series of endorsements from folks and specifically from representatives and things that are being posted on there. So again, there is still time. And by the way, thank you to all the directors and everyone that's been getting out, speaking to those different groups, doing the car painting, traveling to meetings, and doing everything to get that word out. There is still time to go to investindcsd.com and you can volunteer for that effort. You can donate to that effort, or if you just want more information yourself as an individual citizen about what the MLO and bond will do for our community, go to investindcsd.com. Last one is 2 nights from now, the Foundation for Douglas County Schools is having the Building the Dream fundraiser. More information on that can be found at foundationdcs.org. That's foundation@dcs.org, a wonderful cause for the foundation. With that, that is the end of my comments. Item number 25, Vice President Williams, your comments.
So actually, I would like to use my time to just have a few celebrations. I went to a few schools over the last couple weeks, and I just thought it would be a nice thing to do to just highlight some of the awesome things our schools and our teachers are doing. So I went to Castleview High School last week and had the opportunity to sit in on some of the kids' economic presentations. And it was really awesome to see how much work that they put into it, but also to see the teachers. They had a panel of teachers and counselors asking the students questions and kind of grading their reports. And one of the things I heard when I was out campaigning last year was that they were concerned we weren't doing a lot of financial literacy in our schools. And I have to tell you that this was an amazing opportunity that I had to see our students. They literally had to plan where they were assigned a place that, or a job that they had, how much money they were gonna make, and they had to find a home. They had to get homeowners insurance. They had to purchase vehicles. They had to do all of these things. And then they got surprises throughout this 2 months worth of presentation of like, water heater went out, what are you gonna do? And how they were gonna maybe have to go get a credit card to pay for that. And our financial literacy is happening in our schools. And so I wanted to highlight that for Castle View. That was a really great opportunity. I've also went to Ranch View Middle School, and next Friday they are doing this big community service project where their students go out to all sorts of, all their feeder elementary schools and help with projects that they have. And I just thought, what great things that we're doing out in our community, not just in the classroom, but how we're touching other people. And then the last one I just wanted to highlight was Saddle Ranch. They have a teacher that had so much passion about STEM and the opportunities that they could provide this K-6 community, went out and applied for grants and all sorts of things, and were given the opportunity to create an entire STEM curriculum for those students to have that opportunity. And I just wanted to highlight those things and talk about the great things that we are doing in this community. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice President Williams. We'll go the opposite way from last time, so Director Meek, you're up first.
Yeah, thank you for sharing all of those. We have an amazing community that I think want to support our schools, and our students are so amazing. I actually had a student contact me last night about student voice. And I think at the SAG meeting, the topic came up about the schedule change for the high schools. And I know that's something we're going to talk about more. But I'd love to have us really think about how do we incorporate student voice in decision-making. And I think we received emails on that as well. And so I'm hopeful that when we have our sit down with the students as we're planning our engagement opportunities, perhaps the student voice piece can really be emphasized. I just really think building trust is such a significant issue for us right now. And I appreciate Director Ray's attempts to have conversations around that in our dialogue here on the dais. But I think it's going to take a lot more than us just being nice to each other on the dais. I think it's going to take more to build that trust with our community. And I know we've mentioned ideas like having a form where people can submit ideas. I'd really like for us to come up with ways that we can listen to our community and take actions that will work. I just think that's what it's going to take to build the trust that we need to with our community. And then both President Peterson and I are planning to do an interview. And I just wanted to make sure the entire board was aware of an interview request that's come in. And I think I'm not 100% sure the timing is right for the interview, honestly. And that the questions or theme is really, what are the wins and losses? And I mean, I think it's going to lead to divisive topics, honestly. But I am committed to be part of the interview if President Peterson's going to do it. But I wanted the board to have an opportunity to weigh in on whether you think it is the right timing to be doing a national kind of interview. So I just wanted to open that up.
Yeah, I'll give you my 2 cents. I expect to get some tough questions, just like sometimes we roll the dice and we go on the air or talk to a reporter. I think she's still here. Hi, McKenna. You never quite know what you're going to get. You can ask for themes and stuff, but sometimes people go down some holes. And I think it's a great opportunity to highlight the reality of this board and a split board. And frankly, I think it's if they stick to the timeline, it's a great time to mention the great news of our consensus as a board, 7-0, supporting a bond and mill, and highlighting that is an excellent opportunity to show what a quote unquote split board can do, which is why I'm agreeing to do it. And I think it's great to have different viewpoints, previous board members, new board members, to sit down and do a joint interview and show that unity. So don't quite know the specific questions, of course, but happy to navigate those. Any other board member comments on that? Director Ray?
I know it was a positive experience for Director Peterson and I to go on the George Brockler show together. And so I do think, as you've said, Director Peterson, there's some benefit. The only thing that makes me nervous is what Director Meek has brought up, is that this interview just sounds like it's a different agenda. So far, we have really been hyper-focused on bond and MLO. And so I agree with Director Meek. I think there's a little bit of pause of does this distract from that hyper-focus? But, I don't know if you ever can navigate interviews to say, we're willing to talk about these topics. And if you go off of those topics, we're just going to say we have no comment at this time. I don't know. But those are my quick thoughts.
Yeah, it was my idea for us to do a joint interview, feeling like it was important to show that we're working hard to be unified where possible. My real concern really was just around the timing, and ballots are coming out and how it's going to play in our community. That's all.
Director Weininger.
Well, just a quick comment on that. I think we have a great communications staff here, and they could maybe coach you guys or give some good tips on that. But yeah, I don't really have any strong opinions for or against the interview. For my updates, I had an FOC meeting this last week, and as Superintendent Kane mentioned, we discussed the bond refunding and how we were able to save $8.3 million for our taxpayers with that refunding. So thank you, Hilltop. And also, FOC is going to send out a memo just reiterating their support of the MBEC's recommendations on the MLO and bond. And then there's currently 2 vacancies with the possibility of 2 alternates for the FOC. So if anyone in the public's interested in applying. And with the MBOC, we actually are filling those vacancies finally. I had a few interviews that I've been on with those, and nothing official. They still have to vote on them tomorrow. So we'll probably have that on consent agenda. And then they're also on their agenda tomorrow have a voting on a resolution to support the 5A, 5B MLO bond. And then I also had the partnership of Douglas County governments with President Peterson, and we saw a presentation by Michael Hill. He's the executive director of Douglas County Health Department. He just gave us some great updates on the great team they got going on there, and it seems like a great health department. The consensus was that Douglas County has been wanting to get away from Tri-County Health, and so before even all the COVID drama, so it was like everyone was really excited about that. And then also we did Mike and I did some lobbying, and we got some resolutions on some. Mike, by the way, has been working his butt off behind the scenes. Let me tell you, he has been trying to get so much support for 5A, 5B in ways no one even knows. So he's been great. And Highlands Ranch Metro District actually just passed a resolution tonight supporting the MLO bond. So next week, a few more cities will be voting on that as well. And then as far as the campaign goes with that, the investinDCSD.com, We're hoping to get door knocking soon. I've been part of getting the flyers printed. And so we hope to have those, or I guess they're more palm cards to pass out when you knock on doors. We hope to have those in a few days. And if you want to stay updated on helping with that, talking to the public here, then you can go to the website and sign up for updates. And also, I have been doing school. Sorry, I'm so long today. Been doing school visits as well, and I've been enjoying those. And just want to give a shout out to Redstone Elementary. I've enjoyed it very much. That's it.
Director Myers.
Well, I attended a DAC meeting on Thursday last week. We had a really good attendance in the audience, and there's going to be a winter forum planned. We had updates on the UIP, a little bit more involved, I think, than tonight, along with a talk of the resolution for the MLO bond. The winter forum, I'm going to relate this to the committees I'm on. They have topics of interest to the students in the community. I also attended the kickoff meeting for the SAG last Monday. Then I went to the meeting last night, their actual first meeting. There's a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of new faces, some really neat kids, and I think these kids are really ready to go to work. Now, I had created a spreadsheet regarding the committees that I'm on, DCYI, DAC, SAG. And by the way, DCYI has a youth congress for high school students on Friday, October 7th. So we will be down at the Capitol building all day in various committees. And the application is still open, but from my understanding, we had a lot of kids that are signing up, and the SAG kids were excited last night. So I think that we were going to get some more kids coming in from there. Between the DAC, the SAG, and the DCYI, we have similar topics that these kids want to talk about. CTE, school safety, youth voice, and finances. They're all interested in that. And finally, General Counsel Klemesh and I attended the REMSL board meeting this morning. We wanted to recognize the quality programming that REMSL has provided throughout the years, and also advised the REMSL board that the DCSD administration has determined that though REMSL provides a quality program, it is recommended that withdrawal from REMSL be considered, and the administration plans to take this recommendation to the DCSD board on October 11th.
You just reminded me of one thing. The one briefing we did not get at the end of last school year from the SAG is the group about financial literacy and stuff they had to pull out the last minute. So as a favor to our two SAG representatives, would love to hear more about that this year. So Director Ray.
Yeah, I wanted to address a couple things. One is director items on the agenda, because I know Director Myers kind of did one of these to me to say you were out of line to bring up some things at director items, but I do think that's where we bring up new ideas. And I think given the scrutiny that we're under with open meetings law, it was important to me to introduce things that I'm thinking about during director items, because I don't think it's appropriate necessarily for us to do that at agenda meetings, even though those are open, but they're not live streamed and they're not as accessible. So I would just say that I believe what we're doing right now is what director items are supposed to be: bring up new ideas, introduce things that maybe we want to have go on an agenda. So I just wanted to give you an elbow back on that one.
Well, we'll have a little thing going on up here.
All right. And then speaking of that, then is one of the things that I was reminded of tonight with some of our public commenters is that that policy review committee that we were committed to a year ago. We were doing an overhaul project on our policy book to really update every single policy, our 313 policies. We did an audit to see what was missing, and we were really doing some really great work. It came to a screeching halt in March because our focus had to shift. But I just want to encourage us to pick that up again, because there are policies that are outdated. There are policies that aren't aligned to current statute Not that that puts us out of sync, it just would be nice for us to have things aligned to the current statute that maybe impacts that particular policy. We came to a screeching halt, I think, on policy, or the section I, which is all about instruction, and section J, which are policies that impact our students. So I really think that that's the work that this board should be doing. And I would just publicly state that part of that project was to put a policy review committee in place after we did the work to get everything updated. Then to be able to maintain our policy book was to have a citizen group that would actually look at proposals to continue to make sure we were staying up to date with our policies. So I would just advocate that that should be one of those things that we start working on again soon. So with that.
Director Hansen, the only thing between us and adjournment, no pressure.
I'll be very, very fast. You mentioned the Building the Dream Gala tomorrow evening. The foundation's been working really hard. I think it's going to be a wonderful event, and I hope they'll have a fantastic turnout. Also with Foundation, Apple Awards the nomination window is opening a little earlier this year. So on Monday, it will be ready to go. And just shameless plug, it has been a really hard last few years on all of our educators, and I just think that if we could top the number of nominations by a few thousand than we ever have before, it would sure mean a lot to our employees. There's nothing like hearing from one of your families or your students that you're doing a great job. So just want to encourage everyone to participate in that process. As far as safety and security committee, I have had an amazing last few weeks of participating in our school's lockdown drills. I've had each grade level. I've walked down in classrooms. I've walked with our district employees. I've walked with, I've primarily been in Highlands Ranch, so it's been sheriff's officers, but we've had the same turnout at all of our schools. The officers show up in droves. We have an exceptional partnership with our law enforcement, and it deserves to be recognized and appreciated. So there are great things happening.
Thank you. With that, we will move to item number 27, adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Ray?
Second.
Second by Williams. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
7-0. This meeting is now adjourned.